Stakeholder Relations for PPRA. And today with me, I have experts from our departments within the PPRA, and we also have guest speakers. We're going to introduce them as the time goes, and we're not going to waste time because we're a few minutes behind. I am going to present the next speaker. Her name is Nomsa Ntwane. She's the Education and Training Manager. She's going to take us through, as you know, we have new qualification of standards within the education because of the new legislation. Especially you asking yourself what will happen to the logbook, and now we know that there's three phases: the knowledge-based, the training, and the work experience that you must get. She's going to do a presentation, and after the presentation, we'll take questions. Our microphones today, it's not wireless, they're connected to the cable, but we've put one on the right side and the left side. As you raise your hand, we will try to bring it to you so that it can reach you and you can ask the questions. If you're looking for the restrooms, you just go straight by the sign exit. You don't go out, you only turn right. You will find the gentlemen and the ladies' restrooms there. So let me welcome now our first speaker, Ms. Nomsa Ntwane. Thank you. It's fine as you present when you click here. Okay.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. Am I audible? Yes. Okay. As already introduced, my name is Nomsa. Most of you know me as Nomsa Mkwena. Yeah, I've changed the surname. I'm Nomsa Ntwane, and I'm coming from the PPRA, Education, Professionalization, and CPD Department, responsible for education and training of our stakeholders. Now, in terms of my presentation, as Naledi has already alluded to, we are going to do the presentation. It's a longish kind of presentation, but I'll try my best to be quick, and thereafter we take questions. So please note all your questions as we go along, and we will try our best to answer all your questions. Already there's a question.
Yeah, I just want to check, are you recording this so that I don't waste time trying to record or listen? I'll go to have this later. Are you going to upload it? Recorded?
Yes, it is recorded. Yes. Thank you so much. You don't have to waste your battery and time. Please focus. All right. Let me introduce our department and what we are all about. Our mandate: Education Professionalization and CPD Unit or Department of the PPRA is responsible for. Let me just move this side. Is responsible for driving professionalization, capacity building of our stakeholders, and ensuring there's continuing learning and development of property practitioners. The aim here is to make sure that you are all professionalized, you are capacitated, and you are contributing positively to our transformation agenda, as you know it in the Property Practitioners Act. We do this by ensuring that we conduct research, develop, implement fit for purpose standards of education, qualification, training, professional development interventions, learning material, assessment tools, and instruments which are benchmarked and incorporate national, local, and international standards. We also do this to ensure that property practitioners are fit and proper, qualified to practice, qualified and comply with the requirements to practice, adhere to the Code of Conduct for Property Practitioners as encapsulated in the Property Practitioners Act, promote consumer confidence in the profession and professionals that you interact with. So we do this on a daily basis. So we try our best to do this and to achieve these objectives as we move along in our department. Sure. All right, so I don't know what happened there. Let me just put all the points. We also implement regulations that are contained in the Standard of Education and Training for Estate Agents, which was the 2008 regulation. That, as you know it, we implemented this regulation in 2008, the 15th of July 2008. And you normally know it as the 2008 Education and Training Regulations. And we are responsible for making sure that we continue to implement that regulation until such time that the Property Practitioners Act Regulation 33 is fully implemented. We are moving towards that at the moment. We're facilitating the full implementation of the Regulation 33 of the Property Practitioners Act, and we are currently facing in some aspects of this regulation, which we will cover in this presentation. We also grant educational exemptions in terms of Regulation 33.1.2 of the PPA. We develop, communicate, and monitor compliance with set and agreed upon qualification standards per subsector in terms of Regulation 33.2.1.1, which we will cover during the presentation. We also are responsible for developing or reviewing and making available material or study guides for purchase. That is utilized for PDE preparation in line with Regulation 33.2.1.2. We establish and implement professional designation exempt, PDE as you know it, and it is in line with 33.2.1.3. And we implement the 6 practical training modules, which will replace the logbook, and I will cover that aspect from 1 July. How many days to go? So the practical training modules will replace the logbook from 1 July when we are facing in the requirements for real estate agents, not necessarily the other subsectors. We also are rolling out CPD, or continuing professional development, and monitoring compliance thereof in terms of Regulation 33.5. However, today I'm not going to cover CPD. CPD is normally presented separate from my presentation, and I'm sure Naledi will announce when CPD presentation will be happening. All right, now I'm moving on to the new qualification standards that we are implementing or facing in from the 1st of July. Now, before I do that, I want us to understand how these qualifications are made up. So the PPRA is working very closely with the services sector, because services sector drives skills development across all subsectors which are in the services industry. And we, together with the services sector and industry representative bodies, such as NPPC, IASA, RIBOSA, and so on, we develop or realign or adopt already developed qualifications for the subsectors that we regulate. So for the real estate industry, we have identified the 2 qualifications which I'll share with you, and which will replace the old qualifications known as legacy qualifications. So these new occupational qualifications, which are replacing legacy qualifications, are comprised of 3 modules. Because they are occupationally directed qualifications, meaning they're developed for the occupation, and they're developed for the people who are already in the occupation. That's why we have the 3 modules. We're no longer going to just have a qualification that is comprised of core fundamentals and elective, but we are going to have a qualification that comprises of a knowledge module or theory. We are also having a qualification that consists of practical skills, and that is simulated. And then we also have the work experience module, which is happening in the workplace. Whether you are new, whether you are old in the industry, this qualification will comprise of this, and you are required to go through this qualification that is made up of these 3 modules in order for you to be given the qualification. Over and above the 3 modules, there is what is called external summative assessment, known as ASA. I will explain to it around it as I go on with the presentation. And that assessment then, once you pass that assessment, you are given the qualification award, meaning you are now given the qualification. If you do knowledge module and you leave, you are not going to get the qualification. So you must do knowledge, practical work experience, plus the external assessment. Then you will be given the occupational certificate. So that's how the new qualification is comprised of. So as already indicated, the PPRA, in terms of Regulation 33.2, we are required to consult with industry to come up with processes or to come up with qualification standards and around various other things like practical training and so on. So we have done that with your representative bodies, and we've made some agreements. And as indicated, from 1 July, we will be implementing these 2 qualifications, one for principal and one for non-principal and candidate property practitioner. Higher occupational certificate and you have principal real estate qualification is for principals. It's still at NQF level 5 and is meant for property practitioners who are principals. And then we have occupational certificate real estate agent, which is on NQF level 4, replacing the current NQF level 4 qualification, which expires in a few days' time. On the 30th, actually it has already expired. However, on the 30th of June is the last day to register to complete that qualification. So this qualification, occupational certificate and real estate agent, is for candidate property practitioners and for non-principal property practitioners. These are the 2 qualifications that will be implemented in the real estate subsector from 1 July 2024. For other subsectors such as business broking and managing agents, new qualifications are being developed currently. Making progress there. As I'm standing here, there is a meeting with the services sector and other industry players within the various subsectors trying to develop these 2 qualifications today. We've already made progress. I think we are almost 90% there, and that qualification will then be implemented for business brokers, and also will have a qualification for managing agents. And for some subsectors such as auctioneering, there is already an entry-level qualification for auctioneers. We just need to announce when it will be implemented and phased in, replacing the previous auctioneering qualification. But we haven't developed the higher level qualification for those who are principal auctioneers as yet. So that is going to be developed this current financial year. For timeshare, homeowners association, bridging finance, advertising platforms, property developers, attorney employees, etc., discussions are still continuing, and once we have agreed upon or identified qualifications, we will also announce when they will be phased in. But we're still in discussions with those subsectors. This is just for you to be updated in terms of what is happening. Now, I'm moving to how the regulation 33 is impacting on you. I'm a bit disturbed because the title is, I don't know if we are able to move to adjust. Yeah, if it's possible, so that it is clear that this title means is covering who, the target audience. So this this slide is for registered candidate property practitioners. Registered being the key word. Do we have candidate property practitioners in the room? Can I see with a show of hand? 3. Okay, pay attention. So if you are a candidate property practitioner and you have already acquired or being exempted from completing the old NQF 4, which we call legacy qualification. Remember, I said legacy qualification. So I want you to grasp these terms so that when we talk about them, you already know. Legacy qualification is the old NQF 4 or the old NQF 5. So if you are a candidate property practitioner and you've already qualified or granted an equivalency exemption from completing the old NQF 4 by virtue of having other qualifications that we were able to recognize your qualification through the exemption criteria. And you already submitted an intern logbook. What is it that you must do now? So if your logbook has been accepted, your NQF 4 is already updated, and you go to the portal. You know you can go to the portal to check your status and your qualifications and so on. You don't have to send emails. You just go to the portal, you check if you already submitted your qualification or your logbook. You can just check to see whether you've got ticks on your profile. So if you already have those ticks, the only thing that you need to do is to register for exam. And on the 1st of July, we are opening exam enrollment or exam registration. So I would like to urge those who are in the room and have this criteria already in place. If you've done your NQF 4, you've submitted your logbook, what is it that you must do? Just make sure that you are registering for exam next week. Is that clear now? All right, moving right along. For registered candidate practitioners who have already qualified or were granted equivalency exemption against the old NQF 4 because they have other qualifications that we recognize through the equivalency exemption criteria, but you have not yet submitted your logbook because your 12 months internship period is still running. So it's still running until, let's just say you were registered in September last year, and your 12 months is completing in August, end of August this year. That 12 months is completing after the 30th of June. Remember, we've communicated that all whose internship is completing, or internship period is completing on or before the 30th of June, all of you are required to submit the logbook. You know that communication. But then if your internship is expiring after the 30th of June, you do not have to panic. You continue with your logbook process. However, that logbook must be kept in your firm, and today or tomorrow we will communicate the letter that you will be required to submit upon completion of your 12 months internship. Remember, you still continue with your logbook. You are just going to submit that letter or a template or a form that you must complete and send to us, which we will formulate for you and publish on the PPRA website. Sorry. Oh, someone is on the phone. Which we will publish on the PPRA website and communicate widely so that you can complete that at the end of your internship. So you're not stopping anything. You continue as usual, and then you submit your letter upon completion of the 12 months internship. However, you are still required to do your NQF 4. You're still required to do your, if you are not exempted. But this slide is for those who are exempted. If you are already exempted, then you must just do the 12 months, complete the letter. If we are exempted, we already have your records on our system that you are exempted. If you don't, you didn't submit your qualification already to us, please submit it to us so that we can record your qualification. But then you must just submit the internship letter or completion letter to us, and you do your PDE 4. If you don't do the PDE 4 before your current FFC expires, you may run into problems. So you need to just follow the process, because PDE4 is very important, because you won't be allowed to renew your FFC if you haven't done. Once you've done your PDE4, then you are given the designation PPRE, and you are compliant to continue with your CPD program. Very busy slide for candidate practitioners who do not have the qualification. Those candidate practitioners who do not have the NQF4 qualification, and they don't have other qualifications that meet our exemption criteria, and you have not yet enrolled with the accredited skills development provider. Remember, you must enroll with the accredited skills development provider or training provider by the 30th of June 2024, which is basically by tomorrow, because that is the last enrollment date. If you haven't yet, or you don't have money to enroll for that qualification by the 30th of June, and you have not yet submitted the logbook because your internship is still running, the first step that you do is you continue with your internship and you continue with your logbook. Remember, you're going to submit the letter at the end of the 12 months that we will communicate. So you continue with the logbook process. At the end of the 12 months, you submit that letter that we would have communicated today or tomorrow, which will confirm your successful completion of your 12 months internship period. And on that note, then, because you would have not registered for the qualification on the 30th of June, then from 1 July, you may register for the new occupational qualification, which we already indicated is the occupational certificate for real estate agents who are not principals. Then you register for that qualification from 1 July. And if you already, because you already are practicing and you have experience, you may also speak to your accredited skills development provider or training provider for RPL process, because they can RPL you. RPL is allowed even in the new qualification. And then once you've completed the qualification, you're required to submit the completion record to us so that we can update and we can do your PDE4. And then once the PDE4 is completed, you just get your designation and then you can renew your FFC. I think there was an important note here. I'm not so sure if you can see it. My slide is very small here, but I'm just reminding all of you that the last date of the old qualification to enroll for the old qualification is 30 June, and that candidate property practitioners who believe that you have sufficient experience or evidence that you can use for your RPL against the old qualification, you should register with the SDPs, and then you should then get the RPL process going, and they will either give you the full RPL qualification, or if there is a need or there is a gap, then they will do gap training. And I'm indicating how you can get a list of training providers that are accredited for the new and for the old qualification. That's basically what is covered on that slide, on that portion, which is brown, or is it red? Yeah. Is it visible from your side? No. Okay. So I'm sure we will email the slides, eh? Yeah. Or share the slides. All right, so now this is for candidate practitioners who, or those who those people who want to join our profession as candidate practitioners. I think so, yeah. So those who would like to join our beautiful profession as candidate practitioners and wish to be issued with an FFC from 1 July onwards, they don't have the FFC, they want to join the profession. This is the process. If they have no prior formal qualifications or they don't have the current NQF 4, which is, or the legacy NQF 4 qualification, or they don't have qualifications that can be recognized through our equivalency exemption process. The first thing that they need to do is register with Deborah. They can register with us as candidate property practitioners, but at the same time, we are requiring that they register to acquire the new qualification, which is open for registration from the 1st of July with the SDP. SDP being the skills development provider. Then complete the theoretical. Remember, I indicated the 3 portions of the qualification. Then they must complete the theoretical and the simulated practical training modules of the new qualification. And once they've completed the qualification, in terms of the process that we have agreed, the 2 modules, once they've completed the 2 modules, and in terms of the agreement that we previously had with the industry regulating and industry representative bodies, we said after they've completed the knowledge and the practical modules, then they can register with the PPRA. But that process has changed. You can register with the PPRA even before you start with the knowledge and practical module. So the natural process, flow of the process was you register with the qualification, do the 2 modules, complete, and then register with the PPRA. Like I've said, it has changed. You can register upfront, and then once you are registered and you've registered with the qualification, then the process will flow. You do your theoretical, you do your practical, then you do your work experience module, because you'll be holding an FFC. Then you must do your AISA, which is the assessment. Remember I said we will do the assessment. There is 3 modules. You do the assessment, and then you get the qualification. However, in terms of our regulation, within the 180 days of starting the work experience module, you need to complete that work experience module within that 180 days. And then you continue with your AISA. However, there is regulation 3345, which says that one cannot act as a candidate property practitioner for more than 180 days without sitting for the exam. So as I indicated, that process has changed. You register, you get your knowledge work experience module, you continue with the qualification process, and if you cannot finish the work experience module within the 180 days, then you can rely on the regulation 3345 to say that you want to show cause for why you cannot complete the exam or you cannot complete the qualification. But it is very important that you start with immediately you register with us, you also register for the qualification so that you are not pressurized with the 180 days. And once the qualification has been acquired after you've done your 3 modules and you've done your AISA, then you can do the PDE. There are questions, why do we have AISA and the PDE? PDE is an exam that is conducted by PPRA. AISA is the exam that is conducted by the CETAs, the QC2O, just to make sure that you grasped all the concepts that were taught during the 3 modules. So there's going to be 2 examinations until such time that we we manage or we are able to have an agreement, hopefully, then maybe we will have one exam. So after the ASA, you are getting the qualification awarded to you, and then you proceed with the PDE exam, which is conducted by the PPRA, and then you get your designation PPRA. Because they have the qualification, and they can just register with the PPRA as candidates. And then they will be issued with an FFC, and immediately they are issued with an FFC, they are required to complete the compulsory six practical modules which were developed for those who have got qualifications that are not real estate related, or even if they are real estate related, but because they've never practiced in the industry, then they are required to complete the 6 modules that we have developed, and then that period of 180 days kicks in from the date they are issued with the FFC. So the 6 practical training modules, they must complete within 180 days, and thereafter then they must submit completion letter to us, and after completion letter we capture in our system, and then we allow them to enroll for PDE4, and upon completion of the PDE4, they will also get a designation, and they are upgraded into full status non-principal property practitioner. So that is the process for candidate property practitioners, either existing practitioners or new practitioners. That's fine. So now this coming slide are addressing the current non-principal property practitioners. Do we have them in the room? Is there anyone who is registered non-principal practitioner in the room? All right. All right, so if you are in the room, you are a non-principal property practitioner right now, and you have not yet qualified against the old qualification, you are urged to enroll for that qualification before the 30th of June. So by tomorrow or so, you must enroll for that qualification. And once you enroll for that qualification, you'll be good to go. So you register for the new old qualification, and you are good to go to complete the old qualification. Then you do the PDE exam, and then you are allowed to renew. However, if you fail to register for that old qualification, from 1 July, you are going to be required to register for the new occupational qualification. And once you've completed the occupational qualification, you will see here, we're not talking about knowledge, practical, then join the sector, and so on. Once you have completed the qualification in full, meaning the 3 modules in full, and you've done your ASA, then you can write PDE before you are allowed to renew. So that is why it's important that we emphasize that the best thing is that you register for the old qualification. It is an easier qualification. And then you are able to do your PDE, and then once you pass the PDE, you can then renew. We give you the PPRA designation, and you are good to go. We also upload your details on the SAQA NLRD as a professional practitioner in real estate. The slide, the bottom part is just saying that non-principal property practitioners who believe that they have sufficient experience to follow an RPL route against the new qualification, they may pursue that route because it is allowed. Because some people are thinking the RPL is not allowed against this new qualification. It is allowed, and I know that apparently the cost of doing that training is a bit too much for property practitioners, but that is the cost of doing the full qualification, the one that is currently doing the rounds in the social media. If you're doing RPL, it's cheaper as well. So I encourage that if you are already a non-principal property practitioner and you haven't done the old qualification and you want to do the new qualification, you must also inquire with the SDP around RPL, because that RPL is a national policy in terms of the NQF Act, and therefore the RPL must be implemented by the skills development providers. So the other points there, just to indicate where you can find a list of skills development providers. All right. Non-property practitioners who have already qualified or were granted equivalency exemption against the old NQF4, the only thing that they need to do is to enroll for PDE next week. When we open for PDE, pass the PDE, and then you'll be allowed to renew. And then we give you the designation, we load your details on the SAQA NLRD, and then you're good to go. This slide is meant for non-principal property practitioners who wish to run their own businesses someday and wish to register as principals, or wish to register their own firms and then register themselves as principals with the registrations department of the PPRA. So the prerequisite to become a principal as a non-principal property practitioner, in line with the regulation 33.22, which says no person shall be entitled to sit exam or qualify as a principal unless the person has first qualified as a non-principal property practitioner and completed the practical training. So we know that in terms of the current non-principal property practitioners, you don't need to complete the practical training, but you need to complete the qualification, which also has got the practical component in it. Or you need to submit your RPL files so that they can give you the qualification. So to become a principal, you must have already qualified as a non-principal, meaning you must have had your NQF4 done, your PDE4 done. You cannot be allowed to register yourself as a principal unless you've got those two in place. Again, you must do your NQF5. So if you've got your aspirations to become a principal and you're in the room, you don't have NQF4, register for NQF4, and also you complete your PDE4. And then thereafter you'll be required to achieve your NQF5. And if you already have the NQF4 and the PDE4, I encourage you to also register for NQF5 before the 30th of June, the current NQF5, or you will be required to register for the new NQF5 qualification in July when it kicks in. And if you've achieved the exemption from NQF4 or 5, and you've completed your PDE4 or exempted from it, and you've passed the PDE5, then that's when you can become a principal. You can be allowed to register as a principal. Very important. In the past, we used to say, if you are a non-principal, you've got your NQF4, you've got your NQF5, and you've got your PDE4. Then you can register as a principal, then do your PDE. Rules of the registration department on how to register yourself. or they don't have a prior qualification of the certificate in the equivalence metrics or criteria, and we have not yet enrolled with the FDP as required by the 30th of June. If that hasn't happened, you just a principal, no qualification, nothing, no PPE. You haven't even attempted to register again to complete the old education. We are saying we need to, from 1 July, we need to register for the new qualification. And once you've completed the qualification in full, including ESA, then and are awarded the qualification, then you are allowed to write
Mic check 1 2.
and then upon completion of 5, you can renew, and we give you the master practitioner in real estate, you will make it, and you are removed because in the software, then you
Sakati.
So that is why it was very important that year when we issued the disqualification notice. Some of you will remember if you were disqualified. We gave you two months within which you must commit, and that commitment meant you must also go and register. If you were disqualified for not doing NQF 5 before 30 June 2023, you were given two months within which to go and sort yourself with the SDP, complete the NQF 5, and then we were going to give you a further extension of 6 months from the date that we issued the disqualification. So we issued the disqualification last year in July. Giving you 2 months, meaning we gave August and September for you to sort yourself with the SDP, then come to us, say, now give me more time to complete my qualification, which was then 6 months, meaning you would have then October, November, December, January, February, March this year. Basically, March this year, those who were disqualified were supposed to do something. But the PPRA decided to be very nice, and we said, okay, we'll allow you to continue practicing. However, come crunch time of renewal, that's where you will have problems. So that's why we are requesting you to take these qualification requirements very seriously and comply accordingly, so that you continue to make a living for yourself and you are allowed to renew. Because come renewal period, because we are aware that you were given three years of FFC. When did we issue the 3 years FFC, Deborah? Was it 2022? 2022. 2023 being the first year, 24. Next year, I don't know. I don't even want to know.
You must remember, those who got it for 2022 is the first year.
Oh, it's the first year.
Yes. So it's 2022, 23, 24.
Four.
So by October this year, the first renewals will come in.
Yeah, and that is the reason why we were pushing them last year during with the disqualification to complete by March this year. So if one has done the NQF 4 or NQF 5 by March this year, then they will have written the exam in May. Right? So if you haven't written the exam in May, you'll write your exam in August. Then you're good to go. You can renew. So we're still within time. Because the renewal closes when, Deborah? 30 October.
30th of October.
Yes. So basically, that was the process. But then if you fail to do all those things, you won't be able to renew. That is why I'm saying the rules are becoming stricter. And we don't want to look like we are being strict for no reason. In effect, if you remember, all qualifications were supposed to be completed by December 2013. We kept on extending, giving more grace. You see, the PPRA is very graceful. Until now, we continue to give you more grace. So it's very important that you take the requirements very seriously. When it comes to education, honestly, we've been very, very nice. Now, this slide is for registered principals who have already qualified or granted equivalency exemption against the old NQF 5. Next week, please enroll for your PDE. Finish your PDE before renewal time. So please purchase the material, study, because you have August only to finish your PDE if your FFC is expiring this year. To finish your PDE. But if it's expiring next year, you still have more time, because there is a November exam, and then there is a February exam, and then there is a May exam again. But we encourage you who have got the qualification to now register for PDE when we open for PDE next week. And this one is for principals who have not yet qualified against the new qualification or the old qualification. And they cannot be granted the equivalency exemption because they don't have any qualification. And they wish to downgrade. We have those principals who say, hey, this principal status have got a lot of responsibility. We don't encourage that, because we encourage ownership. We want more, especially through our principalization program, which is driving transformation and driving increasing principals in the subsector. We don't want principals to downgrade, but we are faced with the reality that some principals would want to downgrade into non-principal. I don't know what will happen to those people who are working for them, but yeah, we have those people who are approaching the PPRA wanting to downgrade. And then you haven't acquired the NQF4 or NQF5. What that means is that if you want to downgrade, you have until 30 June to enroll for NQF4. If you don't have NQF5 already, then you enroll. But if you don't enroll for the old qualification, then you are going to have to enroll for the new qualification, for the NQF4 qualification. You get what I'm saying? So the principal practitioner is required to first deregister the firm and wind up their businesses in terms of the processes that are available on the website in terms of how to do that. And then because all principals have automatically been granted PDE4 exemption, not NQF4 exemption, PDE4 exemption. Then because you have a PDE4 exemption, all you do is acquire the NQF4, and then once the NQF4 is acquired, because you already have your PDE4, then you can downgrade into a non-principal status. But that can be allowed only if you've followed all the deregistration and the winding up and so on of your business. Because you don't want to have a business that is carrying your name and you are also downgrading as a non-principal. And on the same note, for downgrading, if the person as a principal already has got the NQF5, because you are automatically granted the exemption for PDE4, and you don't have, maybe you only have the NQF5 and you haven't done your PDE5, then all you have to do as a principal who wants to downgrade is to, so you have the NQF5 already, you have the PDE4 already. Okay, so this one is also for those who also have the PDE5. So you have your NQF5, you've got your PDE4 exemption, which is automatically granted. You already completed your your PDE5. What is required from this principal then is to apply for equivalency exemption using the current NQF5 to be granted an exemption from doing the NQF4, then you can downgrade. And then here we are explaining the process of RPL for those who have acquired an experience or the experience as property practitioners. So, and you couldn't enroll for the legacy qualification. What we are saying here is that the new qualification allows for RPL, and if during the RPL assessment there's gaps, that the SDP identified during the RPL process, then gap training will be conducted, and obviously will be charged for that. And once the requirements of the 3 modules have been met, then you are given the qualification. And then you can do the ASA and then be eligible to write PDE. And this process here is just explaining the exemptions that we currently are granting as the PPRA. For those who do not know, if you have other qualifications that are at NQF 6 and above, you can apply for an equivalency exemption, pay a fee. Our schedule of fees is available on our website. Then you get the exemption for the qualification that you want to be granted equivalency exemption for. And then we also have a PDE exemption. PDE exemption was a concept that was introduced with the 2008 regulation, which recognized those property practitioners who are full status, non-principal property practitioners and principal property practitioners, with emphasis because candidate property practitioners were not covered by PDE exemption. So the PPRA has done an exercise whereby we've granted almost everyone the PDE exemption. So if you are a principal or a non-principal in the room and you've had 5 years of FFC consecutively prior to July 2008, and when you look at your profile on the portal, it doesn't have a tick for PDE4 or PDE5, and you meet the criteria, please be in touch with us by writing to exemptions at the PPRA, and then we'll grant you the exemption. We also have a non-executive director exemption, which is self-explanatory. It's for non-executive directors who, in terms of Regulation 4117, you are a non-executive director because you are not necessarily involved in the running of a property business, but you may be occupying a position as a finance director or a marketing or an IT, but not necessarily the core aspects of the real estate or the property practice itself. Then those people can apply for non-executive director exemption with the PPRA, and we are able to grant them with that. We have the criteria on our website on how to get the exemptions, the 3 exemptions that I've spoken about. Now we also wanted to explain, because there is a burning question or elephant in the sector, in our market, where they are asking, why do we have to do the 2 exams? I've already explained that there is an AISA, which has got to do with the qualification process, and then there is a PDE, which has got to do with the PPRA in terms of PPRA regulations. So we are responsible for driving and making sure that we implement regulations, which provides for PDE. It is a final integrated assessment or test that is written by you as property practitioners. The idea here is to check whether you are fit and proper and you can apply yourself, and we are able to test as the regulator whether you have acquired some sort of learning during your theoretical, practical, and work experience exposure as compared to ASA. PDE is conducted by us as the PPRA, which is outside the QCTO services SITA processes, and as indicated, aim is to assess and confirm whether you are fit and proper and you have the requisite skills, knowledge to be licensed as a property practitioner. To be licensed being the key word. And when it comes to ASA as an external summative assessment, it is a national exam or a national assessment, because sometimes ASA, people think it's written. Sometimes it is not written. They can implement other assessment instruments to assess and integrate see whether you've got integrated learning in place. and is conducted by the assessment quality partner or the QCTO outside of the PPRA. So we don't know what they are testing there. That's why we are also testing our own to make sure that when we license you, we know that you cannot get your consumers or your clients into trouble. So the learners who pass ASA are awarded with the occupational certificate or higher certificate, and with PDE we award you the designation. That's the difference. And successful PDE candidates are awarded SAQA registered professional designation. We also record you on the SAQA National Learner Record Database, NLRD, and we have the following designations that are registered by PPRA with SAQA. We normally are very active on the professional practitioner in real estate and master practitioner in real estate. The chartered practitioner in real estate was implemented in 2010, and we're still waiting to resuscitate that. We are waiting for funding as the PPRA. For that, we are in engagements with the services sector to relaunch that. That was for people with more than 10 years of experience, and they are doing some meaningful things in their communities and so on. So the process was very involving, and I'm sure it's still going to be very involving for one to get the charter practitioner in real estate. PDE? Yeah.
I'm confused. Who is required to undergo the ASA process?
I will get to it. Please note that question, and maybe we can go back to that slide. No, I'll come back. I'll come to it. Let me be mindful of time. In terms of PDE, we know only registered property practitioners can undertake PDE, and not only registered, but you must be certificated against the old or the new qualification or exempted from it to qualify to write PDE. As a candidate, you must also have submitted your logbook or your letter if your 12 months is expiring after 30 June. PDE schedule is always available on the website in terms of dates. Anyone who is not aware of PDE dates, please check the website, it's always there. And PDE enrollment or registration strictly via online. You need to enroll. You don't find yourself just paying for the PDE and saying I'm enrolled. You need to enroll for PDE and then pay. Not only one thing, which is pay. We have a lot of property practitioners, especially now that we are doing a take-home exam. They don't enroll at all. They get a question paper from, let's say, and on the day of the exam, I sent Naledi the question paper and all the other practitioners who are enrolled, and then they start sending that question paper to themselves, even if they didn't enroll, even if they didn't pay for the exam, and then we get queries. Right now, the education department is top on the list of queries because of those kind of practitioners who do not follow processes. And we look like we are not performing because the queries is just queries as a result of people not following processes. Hey, where is my result? You know very well that you didn't enroll for the exam. You didn't even pay for the exam. And as much as you've written the exam because you got the question paper from Deborah, it's not right. So I'm saying enroll for the PDE, to take PDE. On the website, we don't use exam and enrollment forms at all. If you still have an enrollment form that we used to use, just put it away. Strictly on the website, you enroll and then you pay for PDE. And then you are on the list of PDE candidates, and then we send you the question paper officially. And very important with the take-home exam. We send you the question paper, we tell you by what time Okay, here I was just indicating what if your PDE4 qualification is not completed within 180 days. We know there is a regulation that allows you to show cause, and we can say that you could not complete the qualification because of certain reasons, or you could not sit the exam because of certain reasons, and we will allow you another 180 days within which you can complete the exam, or the qualification and the exam. This is for candidate property practitioners. And then we are talking about the study guides here, that there is an order form that is available on our website. You don't write an email to us to say, I'm looking for study materials, this is proof of payment, please, I want the materials. No. You will also complete an order form, which is on the website. Or you send your courier to come and purchase it with our consultants, no problem. When the courier gets there, we then sell the material like any other shop, like sells the material. But otherwise, we've got the material right now for PDE4 and PDE5. It's not out of stock, it is available for purchase. And then you use that material for PDE. And I know that material is also useful for those who are still doing the qualification. We will have a new material for the new qualifications soon. I think this brings me to the end of my presentation. And then let me try to answer that question. That question, who is supposed to do ASA? I'm going back to that slide that explains the process. Just to try and answer your question. You remember this slide? Okay. This slide is saying the new qualification, new occupational qualification. We have got two qualifications within the real estate subsector, which is for principals, and the other one is for non-principals and candidates. The new qualification is made up of 3 modules. All these 3 modules must be completed before one is allowed to enroll for ASA. And once the ASA is written and passed, or is assessment for ASA is completed, which however way they're doing ASA, then you are going to be given the qualification itself. So everyone who enrolls for the new qualification will be required to do ASA. Or first of all, they will be required to do all 3 modules in order to be able to be enrolled to ASA, and then get the qualification. That's why I'm saying it's very involving. So that's why we were punching the current qualification. It's very easy to complete the current qualification or the legacy qualification than this qualification. However, we are here. Things have evolved. 1 July is here. And if you haven't registered for the old qualification, then you are bound to these processes.
Thank you. So my understanding is that once one is attaining the MPRE status, that process is no longer applicable.
No. Anyone who has got the NQF4 or the NQF5 is not affected by this at all. Because you don't have to do the new qualification. Remember, you have the qualification. And you don't have to do that. Then the only thing you do is PDE. PDE is conducted by the regulator, being the PPRA, sorry. Then you are going to be given a designation, which is also a SAQA recognized designation, PPRE, if you are a non-principal or you were a candidate and you did your NQF4 and PDE4, or MPRE if you've done your PDE5. So that is what is going to be required going forward.
So just in terms of the PE exam, at the end you mentioned that the new materials are being made available. Now let's say I want to register for the August one. Do I wait for new material or do we use the current one?
Okay, so until such time that the PPRA now communicates to say there is new material replacing the current material, you use the material that is currently available. The exam is testing what is in the material that is currently available and nothing else. So we cannot test you against the new qualification because we haven't done the material for the new qualification. And the new qualification is still going to, for those who are going to enroll for the new qualification, in August you wouldn't have completed the new qualification anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And just secondly, you did mention initially also regarding the principal auctioneering status or the qualification for that. Does that currently remain as it is, or is it going to be a significant change?
Issue with the FFC as an auctioneer, really.
Is that clear? Let's say from CC, we go up to the way they're asking. It's fine, you can ask me.
My question is regarding the NPO 4 qualification. I've done the PD5 and PD5, I've done the NPO 4 and NPO 5, and also the PD4. That was in 2021. And then I requested for a certificate. I was told that the certificate cannot be issued. And I asked for adjustment of my qualification from the candidate to the professional. I was told that there is something wrong with the system, and I went there last month to inquire as to when will my because I know I have to submit, I ended up with my application for the training and development stuff. And now that gets me confused because now I'm still a candidate until I have entry appointment by a PD4 and nothing can be done. I think it's only 2021 about this. And since I'm saying last month I went to the office to inquire. And I was told that you have to you can't issue a certificate, and I was told all those kind of things. Now I'm frustrated, hence I'm here.
So talk to me after this. Let's just say talk to me after this. There seems to be something that I'm not understanding. It's not possible at 2020. Let me tell you, the PPRA is now up to date with all certificates that were supposed to be issued.
No.
And, okay. So the PPRA, I'm standing here as a PPRA employee, a proud education and training manager. We've issued certificates to those that we owed certificates to. However, about 2,000 and more of them, those people, did not get the certificate. You know why? Their addresses came back, the emails came back, bounced back. People are not updating their details. Deborah, you tell me the importance of updating their details. And that is legislated. That they must update, inform the PPRA when their address change. And you know what we did after the 2000 and odd bouncing back? We issued a communique. We said, We are aware that some of you did not receive your certificates. Why? Because you are address bounced. And because you are address bounced, we want you to log a call with the call center. Give us your new address. We update it on the system because we want to be up to date with our data on the system. Then we will use the new address to send you the certificate. If you don't follow that process, you keep on emailing us and so on, the problem. Some people's certificates are lying in their spam inbox. And when they call us or when they come to the PPRA, maybe like the sister has done that, and then they tell us, this is my email address. We go to that inbox that issued the certificate. We find the certificate there, still the same email address. We're like, this is a certificate that was sent to you with the same email address. What is happening? Only to find that is in the spam. And then they acknowledge. So, but that is the problem. That is why I'm saying, talk to me after this, because we have a CEO. We've never been in a period where we didn't have a CEO. We've always been having a CEO acting before we had a title, the current CEO. So I really don't understand that story.
Let me take another question quickly so that we can ask back.
Good morning. Good morning once again. Yeah, I've received the certificates. So I'm going with that. I just want to ask two things. One is from the logbook issue. Your expectation or maybe the measure of a candidate's or eligibility or qualifying to write the exam. With PPRA, it's only measured over time. Not with quality, not with volume for something like that. Why is it like that? And I'm asking you because we've got probably attendance, and I'm doing it as a grade one. And evaluations where you have to go, when you have to apply for an exam, they want to see my portfolio of evidence over time. And then you apply, the council will sit and probably shift to say you still do not qualify to know. Why is PPRA measured only over time? And I'm asking it is because you find that for property practitioners who are working full time, they've just reserved the PPRA, they've never really got a deep exposure. They really just sold one house, they probably have one listing. But you guys will say you have to write the exam because it's now 12 months. Why is it measured like that? That is one question. Second question is a take-home exam. I know even with the bigger institutions, sometimes they struggle. You know, would you have a measure in place where you say, we are sure once this person completes the exam, it will still be quality. There's no compromises in between. And the compromises are really for people either writing as a group in the back. We also said something about people sharing quizzing papers. You have a process will make your exam remaining quality. And I'm saying this because we care about our industry and we still want to make it considered a profession and a respected one. You know, we don't want to be just taken as the agent. You know. Most guys, most sellers, they want to do it themselves now because they consider the agent is absolutely nobody. Thank you.
Do you want to answer? Should we take another question?
I can just take this question.
I think my question will be in line with the latter speech on the issue of quality. Minimum 20%. Is that what you expect of your candidates to pass 20%? Is that, am I understanding it properly? Okay, thank you.
Good morning, and thank you so far. I've got one question from Dr. Kevin, and we've got
candidates or learners that have been exempted from the NQA4 by the PPRA, and when we send the NQA5 work to CETA, then they don't accept that the guys have got the NQA4, the exemption. They say that is industry exemption and not the CETA exemption. So now we've got guys that are doing the NQA5, and now we have to tell them, listen, you have to do your RPL 450 because they're not going to moderate you by CETA. And this has happened twice already. So I need to have something to give the CETA verifications to say, listen, this is not wrong. I believe that verification or that exemption that the PPRA gives is good enough for the CETA as well.
Thank you. Let me answer the issue of quality. Okay, so a candidate property practitioner is allowed to join the industry and acquire experience during the period of 12 months. That's why we call them candidates. Because the idea is for them to acquire the experience over time and compare that in a form of evidence. And they submit it for the evidence to the PPRA. We should call it law. So that law must be accompanied with evidence. I guess a specified learning areas, which must be confirmed with the experience that all the portfolio that you submit as a candidate to PPRA to say, I've learned about financial administration, I've learned about some kind of contracts and so on and so on. We've listed some learning areas within the that must be exposed to candidates in the workplace. What we know is happening is that training providers are doing law training, and we've always been emphasizing law is, and portfolio of evidence is done in the way, not through a training provider. Because what is happening is that a training provider has got a master POE, and then they share that POE with everyone that is in their class. They are even proud to deliver the POEs to PPRA in a truck. And we said they must be delivered now the 30th by the 30th of June. Those who complete the 12 months. Do you know how many trucks have come to PPRA now, delivering portfolios of evidence or logbooks? We are, I don't know, we have a lot of logbooks that we need to assess over this weekend until such time that the exam is written. So, coming to the quality, yes, quality is compromised by these self-enriching training providers who do local training and compile portfolio of evidence for learners, which must be completed in the workplace. Because our intention has always been, through the implementation of locals, to allow learners or interns or candidates to acquire meaningful work experience in the workplace, monitored by or mentored by the principal or the assignment to check whether they are doing what they're supposed to be doing. That is our aim. With these notebooks that we've been getting, we find them compliant, by the way, because they say that's the experience of the learner. We find some of the contracts that were signed by the person who has gone through that training. We find evidence that the learner has done some academic acceptance. And that's unfortunately how it's going. So the training providers, when contracted, they argue, they train learners how to compile the portfolio evidence. So we take that that explanation, because when we look through the notebooks, we find that indeed the learner has inserted
some of the work experience. Although, for instance, the presentations about contracts, will find that that presentation is the same as the presentation that one has inserted, and then that's how we know that they went for training on logbooks with a certain institution, which is allowed because they need to be trained, because principals do not have time to train. But to the experience accompanying the knowledge around that presentation should be in the portfolio format, in the file. And sometimes we find that those that we don't find meaningful experience has been acquired, we return them, we tell them to come and collect until such time that they give us the right information. So we look for quality. And then in terms of the NPF qualification, remember logbook is happening in the workplace, but the NPF qualification is from a training provider, which has got some components of work experience, which are similar to the logbook. So normally, the candidate who does the NPF form will have the same portfolio of evidence that they produce during the NPF form submitted during for logbook purposes. But that is what is happening. So we are for quality as well. We check those files. We find some files compliant. We find some non-compliant. We ask the owner to come and correct to make them compliant. You don't know how this goes, but you don't tell them. You told them to come and correct. Then that's what. And when you
and I know all clear about the English institutions like that. But my one is, for example, my one is why is PPRA measuring it over a period of time? That's my one. Why are we saying it has to be 12 months? And you know what I'm saying is, in my company, I said to them, when everybody joins, you need to at least 40, for me to be satisfied, you can do it. Because I know listing is possible every day. You need to have done 40 listings, you have sold 8 properties, you need to have sold how many, for me to sign a logbook. Why can't we really look at that and say, to say you are really paid as a property practitioner, you need to, or maybe change if your attachment on the logbook. Now that you say the logbook is no longer applicable, you need to attach 10 OTPs. We sign with the principal, then we can tap. Because that one, even the training institution, they won't be able to manipulate. Even the attorneys who are doing those logbooks for our property practitioners, they will also won't be able to do them. And by that way, we are really producing quality.
I see what you mean. Yes. You mean we should look at, if we say the labeling area is around completing contracts or OTPs, there must be over a certain number of proof that they have. So yeah, we do get with a certain number of proof. That's why sometimes people submit 3 files for one person. Sometimes they submit 2 files for one person, and so on. So if the principal has signed off and said this learner is competent on OTPs, and they insert one evidence, signed off, they accept.
So maybe this is my last comment. You know why principals are signing? It's that you say you come mostly to this gathering and say, after 12 months, after 12 months, after 12 months. So it's like we are bound.
Time.
Yeah, we are bound by, we are measured by time. So
no, it's not like that. Just to cut you short, it's not like that. We don't say this person is completed 12 months. Let me tell you, before we introduced the logbook in 2013, we were just we were working one time. Exactly what you're saying. We look at when did they register. They registered in 1 September 2023. So in other words, 30 August. They are no longer in time. We used to do like that without submitting anything. They would just submit a letter. That is why now we are saying you continue with your logbook, you also submit a letter. Because the letter is binding the principal and the landlord to say they are satisfied. You will see the letter or the document that we're going to be communicating. It is binding the principal and the mentor to confirm
that they are sure it is, the candidate is competent. And then our inspectors through Sistinel will go and verify. So now the process is going to be stringent. It's going to be your quality focus, because Sistinel will be going to inspect those, will take those letters and go and inspect and really see whether in the portfolio that is now going to be kept in the workplace, it is like that. So that's what we're going to do. But yes, you're right, we shouldn't measure whether 12 months has passed now in a survey development. That doesn't say anything, we shouldn't. And that's the reason why we're facing the court, because we realize there's a lot of loopholes. Okay, so you also talked about take home, and because I see, and Deborah there, I see a little say when I finish. So take home, it compromises, you're saying it compromises the quality, because we spoke about the sharing and so on. We don't have the script of those who didn't register, for example, people. So don't worry about that aspect. We focus on whoever has registered legitimately and written the exam. So those are the people's scripts that we mark. But yes, to say that we can monitor take-home exam, the idea was that we allow people to write the exam in the comfort of their home, or at their own comfort. That's why I say it like that. And the idea was that people understand the concept of examination. And if you understand the concept of examination as not a good thing, then you do it properly. That's unfortunate that people are doing it in groups. Unfortunately, we can't catch them. But should we catch them? Because our inspectors will go out there on the exam page. Should we catch them? Then it will be something else. Because that contravenes the code of conduct for deputy practitioners. So yes, at the moment, we can say compromises, and I agree full on. Take-home exam for other institutions is different, and it's very strict, and it's quality focused. But yes, I know that with the current setup, there could be some compromises, but we are working on it. We thought people are people, they will do the right thing. But after learning that they are not doing the right thing, 60 now is on them. All right, so with the exemption not accepted by the CETA, I'm with you that it should be accepted. Because even during the introduction of the exemption, it was discussed with the CETA, and it was approved. So unfortunately, people come and go. It looks like there's new groups in the CETA environment, and if someone is exempted from NQF4 and now they're doing NQF5, should be accepted. So if it's not accepted, please speak to us so that we can see how we can have a meeting with the CETA and iron out whatever issues we have.
Let's take the last two hands and then allow the next speaker to come.
The issue
Oh,
of
the pass mark, the 20%. Sorry, the last one. The 20% that you see here is not the pass mark. It's not the pass mark, but they must get 20% in the knowledge and 20% in the practical and 20% in the work experience. No, it's not the pass mark. Don't worry about the 20%. What we're saying here is that there must be experience that covers all these concepts. And we should satisfy ourselves during the ASA that the person is knowledgeable. We must satisfy ourselves that the person has applied the practical skills, and we satisfy ourselves that the person is work experience. And the reason why PDE is conducted on top of ASA is to see whether all these things are in place. But PDE pass mark is 50% and not 20%. And that's what we're looking for. I hope that has clarified. Not yet. You look so Okay,
So if that is the case, then remove that minimum 20%.
okay. We'll remove it.
It causes confusion.
Okay, we'll remove it.
Thank you.
It's only one representation. Let's take last
Just change it to acceptable knowledge and like covering a broad term.
Did you log your call via the call center?
I did, if you were there, but I wasn't there.
Okay, let's look for it on my notes when we're done.
I was going to find out, you mentioned that you are looking out the CPD. When are you doing that?
CPD has always been in place. We've always been conducting CPD program within the PPRA, and even at the moment, CPD is going on. However, it depends on which year you're talking about. Which year are you? Have you started to be eligible for CPD? Pardon?
I thought you mentioned the fact that you are rolling out, meaning that you are removing.
She thought you were removing CPD.
No, it's not going anywhere.
No, it's still,
This is a profession. We're professionalizing.
It's active now.
It's active.
For 1,000.
Rolling out meaning continuing. Yes. We will edit that rolling out and we'll put a proper terminology.
Okay. Are you fine? Okay. You were helped there. Do you have another
Okay, it
question?
looks like I'm done with all the questions.
And this, what's not the last one?
I just wanted to ask regarding the CPD. Provides the CPD training.
All right. You do remember I said the CPD presentation will be announced. Né? I don't want to take a CPD program, questions. However, in terms of the PPA regulation 33, CPD will also be allowed to be provided through accredited CPD providers. I don't want to say skills development providers. We will accredit CPD providers as the PPRA, then they will run with the CPD folks.
Yeah, okay. Ladies, please take the last one.
I just wanted to check something. I paid for my PD5, I enrolled my PD5, but still the exams are not up. When
You did in May, ne?
Yes.
Yeah, we're still making.
Oh,
Okay. Thank you, Oscar, for presentation.
It's fine.
So for more questions for Osnomsa, we can meet with her during the break. And if you remember the question maybe later on, she's still here till 1, we can ask her a question. We'll also share her email address. Thank you so much. So now we're going to have our second speaker. We know that in the registrations department, we have 3 categories: the candidate, the non-principal, and the principal property practitioner. And we know that the 1st of July, we're going for renewal up until the 1 October. And in the new legislation, there's 12 subsectors, the new categories. So our next speaker, her name is Advocate Deborah Ryan. She's going to take us through the presentation of how to register, especially now that we are registering cases. So please welcome Advocate Ryan.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry, you're probably going to be seeing only this part of me because it's very high and I'm very short. So I apologize for that. But anyway, it's good to be with you this morning, and we're discussing licensing and registrations and what we're going to be doing for those who want to register in the different categories, which in terms of the new property practitioners and all fall under our regulation. So you will know that as from the 1st of February 2022, by state agent from the visa. Is that Rita? It's from 2022 February. Our older State Agent Affairs Act, which was old apartheid legislation from 1976, was done away with, and the new Property Practitioners Act was passed into law by Parliament and signed by the President. That act changed our regulatory framework quite a lot. It now includes 12 different categories of property practices that we regulate, and all of these have to be enrolled and onboarded with us as soon as possible. Currently, we have been registering for state agents, who we've always registered, attorney and employees, managing agents, we've also been registering for the last month or two, and we have now commenced from the 1st of July to register all industries. So there's a list of all the industries that we regulate. You will see, that just to touch on one or two that might cause some confusion, HOAs are homeowners associations who perform property practitioner activities. This is included in the definition in the Act. And what it says is that if the HOA's board of directors has its own business in terms of which it advertises and sells property in the estate for the owners and charges a commission for the sale, then they have to register with us because they fall into the definition of property practitioners. Managing agents under the old Act, some of them were included. Those who specifically acted for a body corporate were included by ministerial regulation under the old Act. Everybody else was not. So under the new Act, all managing agents have to be registered with us. It doesn't matter what type of community scheme you manage, that is the law. Okay, property facilitators and intermediaries are those persons who act as the conclusion of a sale in this transaction regarding property. So what those facilitators and intermediaries also do is maybe an intermediary to arrange or negotiate the sale of a business, money involved, purchase price, etc. They're also developers who market and sell their own developed property. This is also a new industry that we regulate. We don't regulate simply builders. So people who are building contractors build perform that. They also then go on to lease or sell or market or advertise their own property for sale and for lease. In other words, they do the property transaction part themselves as well. Okay. If those developers go out there and find a estate agent you will come in and do all the sales and rentals and all those kinds of things, and that third party has got a fidelity fund certificate and they're registered with us, then that developer doesn't have to register with us as a developer. Okay, I think the other ones are fairly clear. Property advertising platforms are also included. So any advertising platform that advertises the sale or the markets or rental or anything like that in relation to property also has to register with us. And then number 11 is important. That is what we call a payment processing agent. So this is somebody like PayPal. A lot of you will know of PayPal. Okay, the old Act didn't make any provision for an entity like PayPal. And you ended up with that entity holding a huge, over R1 billion worth of trust money. Okay, and we had no control to regulate whether that money was safe. Right? So under the new Act now, they are also property practitioners. People like PayPal, people who will open a trust account on your behalf, will administer the trust account, will do everything that the Act requires, will submit the audit report that is needed in respect of your trust account, and it allows then that you yourself can be exempted from having a trust account. So you don't have to worry about that. But remember, that exemption you can only get on application to us. Prove what we need you to prove, and then we'll give you a certificate saying you don't need to have that trust account. All right, the next one. Licensing and Registrations Unit, as I said, is responsible for important function, and it's mainly registration of property practitioners, renewals, and also exemptions in terms of Section 4. So issuing fidelity fund certificates is our core business, and it's important that we do so timeously and efficiently. We know that we have had a number of issues relating to systems, which have caused all sorts of problems in getting FFCs out there, strange names and strange addresses and all sorts of things we've never seen before. And that's been part of the development process, which we fortunately are getting to a point where we are more accurate with the way the systems are operating. So there have been a lot of glitches. We are in the process of addressing them. Okay, so what's also important as far as the renewal of fidelity fund certificates is concerned is that your fidelity fund certificate is issued for 3 years, and by the 31st of October of the year in which your FFC expires, you must apply for your new one. And that is by way of an application form, your payment, and any other documentation which our website will tell you that you need. Generally, that should be all, unless there's a problem in relation to your exhibitions. Okay. Exemptions in terms of Section 4 can be granted by the PPRA from any provision, any specific provision of the Act. Okay? It's not something that we are allowed to give just because you ask for it. The Act sets out what we have to look at and what we have to be satisfied of before we can give an exemption. Okay? So it's set down in black and white. You can't just decide one day, okay, well, I like this name of this person, so therefore I'll give them an exemption. Okay? We don't work like that. The Act tells us exactly when we can grant an exemption and when we can't. And the exemptions are done by way of the E1 form, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Now, those of you who have registered and are familiar with registering yourselves, a firm, and your employees will know that you register by creating a firm profile for each firm and the individual profile for each individual. And you do that online when you go in the plant. There's a process flow that's been set up for a managing agent firm specifically, because a managing agent firm is slightly different to the usual one, and we will be registering new managing agent firms going forward. We have been doing so for some time. It takes people a little bit of time to learn to negotiate the process, but I've set it out here, and we will be sending these slides to everybody who is here, and you will then be able to pass them on to everyone. So we've done it quite clearly that you go to, and please note that registration of a managing agent firm, if that's what you're doing, first we need to register the director and then the firm. And remember that there has to always be a responsible person for a firm, no matter what industry you operate in. So your director is registered first, and then you register your firm. You go to PPRA's agents portal, you click on Create New, and then you follow the prompts. It's important that you select the correct industry, you accept the terms and conditions, you select register, and then a password is generated by the system, which will be sent to your email address with the password, which you can then use to log back onto the portal. So you see how important it is that we have your correct email address. Because if we don't, and if it goes to the wrong email address, we're not going to. So you log back in, you use the password that we just sent you, and then you go on to complete steps 2 and 3. And you will see on the far right of the screen, there is a tab which says My Agency. And that will allow you to reserve a name. The reason for that is because there is a specific provision in the Act which says that it is unlawful for any property practitioner to operate, and we cannot issue you with an FFC if you are going to trade under a name that is confusingly similar or the same as that of another property practitioner. Okay? So we have to be satisfied that we comply with that provision, which is why we ask you to remove the name. So if there's already a property practitioner with that name, you will not be able to register that name. So please don't do what some people have done and gone out there and spend lots of money on on marketing materials and flags and all sorts of things with the name on it, only to discover they can't use the name. Okay? Because it will cost you lots of money. All right? So once that industry is approved by us, you will be able to go back in, check and see that it's been approved. It will show you that it has. You then click on the approved entry and it will take you to terms and conditions, which you accept. It will then take you to a screen where you can register the firm. Remember that your directors must have the information required to register the firm. And once it's registered, it will generate an MAF number. Now, those of you who've registered firms before, done it in the estate agent industry, it always come up with an F number. You remember that? Your firm has an F number, right? Now, if you're a managing agent, it's going to have an MAF number. And each industry will have its own prefix to say what industry you are operating in. Okay? And then the employees can register themselves under that firm using that MAF number. Okay? Your employees, remember, will use the process for individual registration. Okay, step 2 is the uploading of documents, uploading of your application form, trust account confirmation, all the other letters that you need. The information is there. And note, if there are 2 or more directors in your company documents, that will also need to be indicated, and you will need them to be both to be registered unless you have a company resolution indicating that they do not operate in the day-to-day activities of the firm. They don't have anything to do with the day-to-day selling or property transactions which are carried out by the firm, and then you can give you an exemption for that. And then once the MAF number is created, employees go on and use it, and the BEE certificate as well as your SARS tax clearance is required when the Act says you need it. So just to clarify, your BEE certificate is required by any firm that is a juristic person. What is a juristic person? A legal persona in its own right, like a company, a CC, a trust. Those are all separate legal people. A juristic people, if you like, separate from the person who is the director or the person who runs the firm. And those need to have a BEE certificate. Sole proprietors do not, and partnerships do not. Okay? The SARS tax clearance must be submitted by all firms, okay? All businesses that operate. With your application, you must submit your tax clearance. Remember, if there is a dispute between you and SARS, and you're busy fighting with them and going to court, and your lawyers are having meetings, etc., and you need to register meanwhile, you can apply for an exemption. We will give you a brief exemption. You will say to us, I expect this matter to be resolved with SARS within 6 months or within 12 months. Please give me that exemption, which means we can register you without that for that period. But after that period, you have to submit it to us, and if you don't, your registration and your Community Fund certificate will be withdrawn. That is a requirement in terms of the Act. So it's not something that we have the power to simply disregard. Step 3 is the payment process, where you pay for your registration fee. Remember to use your 7-digit PIN only when you are paying, so that we can make sure that we allocate it, that the system allocates it automatically. And managing agent directors, as I said, must register themselves separately and first. They do that individually, and there are the steps. They're very similar. It just goes through the individual registration process. And once that's done, you can then go to the firm in the previous, mentioned in the previous slide, and you can register the firm. Your employees, the process for registering employees is the same as for all individual estate agents. So if you've done that before, you can go ahead. But remember that employees do that once the directors are created. Please note that you don't have a principal registering as such for managing agents or for any other industry for that matter. Right? The principal at this stage is defined and relates to specific educational requirements which you had in the estate agent industry. So you will, instead of registering yourself as a director and principal, you will register yourself just as a director of the And any employees will register themselves not as intern agents or as full status agents, but will simply register themselves as employees. There are the requirements which must be uploaded. Please remember, your company letterhead must be on the document, which says that you are employed by that firm, and it must be signed by the director. Payment must then also be made. And please remember to use the individual 7-digit PIN when you are making payment. FFCs are then issued by the system if everything is compliant within 48 hours. Right, the registration process for estate agents, most of you know, and it hasn't changed. It's just some information on it to just remind everybody how you go about going to the agent's portal, clicking on new property practitioner for candidates, following the prompts. Remember, you need your letter and you need your mentor. Now, you may find we have had a problem on the system in that we know that the Act allows people other than your principal to operate as a mentor. For some reason or other, the system appears to have been designed in a way where it only accepts the principal as a mentor. Now, we know that that's not correct in terms of the Act, but it may require you to put in the principal's name, and then the principal can simply confirm that he has delegated that to a person who the Act says is entitled to act as a mentor. So that's somebody who has more than 3 years experience, has the qualifications that are required. That person can then actually be the mentor who signs it, as long as the principal has confirmed that that is the case. Right, payments to be made, documents to be uploaded in exactly the same way. Right, we'll look very quickly at upgrades from a full status agent. To upgrade a principal, you need to register a firm. Right, everyone, please be reminded of the fact that if you've passed your NQF 5 and you've done your PE 5, or under the old regime, if you had done your NQF 5, you could then register without your PE 5 and do it in a certain period of time. It doesn't entitle you to be upgraded to a principal simply because you have those qualifications. You can only be upgraded to a principal if you have a firm, because the Act and Regulations defines a principal as somebody who operates a property practitioner business. Okay? So that's in the definition, which means that you then are forced, if you want to operate and to attain principal status, to actually have a firm that you operate and register with. Okay? There are the details. You can, of course, if you are a principal, actually register as a principal in more than one firm. So you simply follow the same process. The firm reservation name, or you indicate the name that would be approved if you're joining an existing firm as a co-principal, and you follow the procedures. Right, attorney employees is another one of the industries which we regulate. And for attorney employees to register, you have to go to Property Practitioner Regulatory Authority Agents portal, click on New Property Practitioner, again select the industry, must be correct. You cannot put yourself in as an estate agent or anything else. Right? Accept terms and conditions, you go through the same process of getting a password, logging back in, uploading your documents, and remember that it's important that you submit the letter of employment from the attorney. And there is a specific format to that. Because the attorney can only register you as an attorney employee if you comply with the requirements of the definition. Right? So if you look at the definition for an attorney employee, it says an attorney employee is somebody who is employed by the attorney at the premises of the attorney, does work in the name of the attorney only, property practitioner work, and assists the attorney with property practitioner services which arise within the course of the legal practice of the attorney. All right? So that's instances where the attorney, for example, gets a judgment against a judgment debtor. He wants to sell their property so that his client can recover the money that's owed to them, and he has to advertise it, he has to do a show house, or he has to do whatever. And any attorney employee who is doing those things for him gets registered with us as an attorney employee. All right? It doesn't mean that person can now go out and call themselves Sunshine Properties and advertise in the newspaper for Sunshine Properties and say that I'm now selling people's houses and renting out your flats and please come and see me and all the rest of it. That is not allowed. Those people have to register separately as a property practitioner and have to comply with all the requirements of the Act. So don't get confused. We are aware that there are a lot of attorney employees who are actually estate agents who actually register as attorney employees when in fact there's no such thing. So we are in connection and contact with the Legal Practice Council to wipe out that problem, and we are looking at how we can deal with and enforce this provision for everybody. Okay, please remember that if you're an attorney employee, all attorney employees, because their firm that they work for doesn't get registered, doesn't have its own individual profile, like an estate agent firm would. We use one firm, and that's the attorney firm. It doesn't have a name, it's just called attorney's firm. And everybody is registered in that profile. So there's only one firm PIN, and that's that F number. So if you're registering employees, that's the firm number you're going to use. Okay, fees for employment changes, name changes. Currently, to register a firm doesn't cost you anything. The Act says that you only pay if you're a natural person. Your director pays for the FFC and the registration. The employees pay for theirs, but you don't pay again for the firm's one. Okay. All other registration aspects, have a look at the schedule of fees. It's on our system, on our website, and you'll find all the information. Please note that an employment change is free unless you have been deregistered. Okay. So in other words, if you're not linked under an employer. Remember, in terms of the Act, if you are going to register as an employee of a property practitioner firm, state agency for example, all right, you submit your letter to prove that you are now employed by this person, signed by everybody who needs to sign it. We register you under that firm. The Act doesn't allow you as a non-principal to operate your own firm. You have to operate a firm under a principal, all right? Once you have that firm and you work for that firm, you can continue to work as long as you're employed by that firm. When you are no longer employed, we have to deregister you, okay? Because you cannot be registered without a firm, right? Everybody must have a firm that you are registered. So what will happen then is if we get a letter from your employer saying, please note that so-and-so is no longer employed by this firm, we will deregister you immediately. Okay. So you need to remember that if you are just changing employers, you're going from Remax to CEF, for example, okay, please make sure that when you have resigned from Remax, perhaps during your notice period, you send in your application to us, so that we can register you under your new firm before we deregister you. Because if we deregister you, you don't have to pay for your FFC. Right. Otherwise, you don't have to pay. Right. If it's our fault and you've already said to us, here's my employment letter, and you've sent it in to us and we haven't seen it before we deregister you, no problem, we will re-register you free of charge. Okay, that's our fault. But please be aware that it has to come to us before the deregistration happens. Otherwise, you're going to be charged. Okay, those are what the documents required for an employment change. And please remember that in terms of the new FFC template that's contained, in the regulations, you will see that the template is different. All right. Under the old one, your reference number was there, or your membership number or your registration. Okay, now it's not. Secondly, in the new ones, your industry that you operate in is there. Okay. But your status is not there. It doesn't say if you're a principal, it doesn't say if you're a, or whatever, an intern or anything else. Okay, which is very silly. I don't know why they did it that way, but that's the way the regulations are, and we can't change it. Not at the moment anyway. And the other thing which it doesn't say is who your employer is. Right. Now we have a huge problem with that, but the reason for it is that when the regulations were passed, representatives of the estate agency industry spoke to the minister and made representations to the minister saying, please can we have it so that if we've got a property practitioner who is a full status agent for one firm and a principal for 2 other firms, he doesn't have to pay for 3 FFCs. His 1 FFC will be enough for him to operate under all those firms. And the minister agreed, and there is a provision in the regulations which specifically says that any property practitioner, if you operate under different firms in the same industry, 1 FFC is enough, all right? Which means that if you get an FFC and you're working for Remax, your FFC can't say anymore that you're working for Remax, because next month, if you move to SEEF, now your FFC is now not compliant with that provision which says, it doesn't matter, my old FFC is good enough. All right? So we changed the FFCs so that they look like the template in the new regulations. And it doesn't say who you work for. And that's why employment change is free. Because we don't have to issue you with a new FFC. Okay? It means your old FFC is fine. It just says that you operate in the estate agent industry. It doesn't say who you operate for. And that FFC will continue to be valid there in that industry. All right? Now, it has happened that in the beginning our systems issued an FFC which had your employer on it before the change was made. And that was a 3-year FFC. We have sent out a notice, and you'll find it on our website, for the conveyancers who give you problems, to say that it doesn't matter who if the property employer that's on your FFC is different to the one that you're working for now. That FFC is still a valid FFC wherever you are working in that industry in terms of Regulation 41.22. All right. So you can use that agreement in the difference. But that's just to explain the background as to why that happens. Okay. Please remember that if you stop operating, you are required to deregister, and any changes in your information that we have, you must advise us within 14 days. So even if we don't give you a new FFC, we have to have you registered under your new firm with us. All right. Employers will also will deregister you by notifying us, so be aware of that and the time sensitivity that I've mentioned. Okay. Remember, principals who stop operating, Section 54.9 to Section 54.14 apply directly to you as to what you can do. A principal cannot simply resign from his company, shut it down and disappear. All right? He remains liable for that firm until he has done what Section 54 says he has to do. And that is, close your trust account, send us proof that you've closed your trust account, submit a winding up audit report if you have a trust account to us, request us in writing to please deregister the firm because the firm is no longer operating and you stop operating. And only then can we remove you as principal. So those who have dormant firms, you haven't operated them forever, but you haven't done what Section 54 says you have to do, it means that we cannot help you until you sort out the deregistration of that firm. We're going to say to you, oh yeah, but you registered under this firm and you haven't applied for your FFC for 5 years and you haven't submitted an audit report for 10 years and this is all going to be sorted out. And you're going to say to me, but I never operated. And we're going to say, well, you know what, the Act doesn't say that if you don't operate, you don't have to do these things. If you registered with us, you have a firm, you have a trust account, you have to comply with Section 54 before you can just close it down and go. Right? Because when you come back, I'm going to say to you, hey, we need some penalties here, we need some audit reports here, okay? And that's going to be expensive. Whereas, if instead of doing that, when you stop operating, you close your trust account, you send us a letter saying, here's proof from the bank my trust account was closed on that date, you get your auditor to submit us an audit report and we deregister your firm, you don't have to pay any of those things. Alright, we have a new notice which has just gone out. Some of you will have seen that we are waiving penalties for property practitioners who stopped operating their firms, but they didn't tell us. Because in terms of the Act, you have to tell us
before the end of October of the year prior to you stopping operate. Okay, so at the end of this year you say, right, I'm not going to work next year. So by the end of October you have to send us a letter and say, please deregister this firm, I'm not operating, here's all my documents. Okay. Now previously if you didn't do that, we would keep charging you, not only for your FFC that you need to renew, but we would also be charging you penalties in terms of the Act. Because the Act says if you didn't deregister, you didn't tell us that you're not working, then you have to pay for your FFC for the following years. So some people were accumulating large amounts of penalties, okay, up to 16,000 Rand. All right. Now we've said, all right, okay, so we accept that you're supposed to pay that money because the Act says you're supposed to pay that money. But you know what? We'll be nice. All right. What we're going to do is, if you can give us evidence with an affidavit that you were not operating, you stopped working. Okay, so not for those people who are operating under the table, okay? Under the radar, we're hoping nobody will see it. Right? Not them, because that's not going to work. Okay, but if you genuinely stopped operating, maybe you had a baby, you decided you're going to stay at home for a year and not work and spend some time with your child. Or maybe you went overseas and studied for a year, 2 years. Okay? And you can give us evidence of that, then we will waive those penalties. Okay, here's the processes for registration. As I've just explained to you, you have to comply with any of the requirements that are outstanding for any existing firms that you had, and then we will be in a position to re-register. Just follow all of those requirements. Okay. Also, we have a change. Before, we always required you to submit a FIC compliance number, all right, to confirm that you were registered with it. That's no longer going to be required because we are no longer FIC regulators. Okay. So we don't have to do that anymore. So that will change. Okay? And remember, when you're doing a re-registration and you're putting in these documents, please log a query. You will see on the system that you can log a query. And when you log a query, we get an activity which tells us, Mr. So-and-so wants to re-register. He sent all his documents. Please help him. Right. So if you don't do that, we don't know that you've been there. We don't know that you put your documents in. So that way we find it easier and we can assist you. Okay. That's the queries. I've just mentioned that to you already. Just to stop very quickly at exemptions. I've explained to you that you can apply for an exemption. You use Form E1, which is contained in the regulations. It's also on our website. And you complete it, you fill it in, and you send it to Section 4 exemptions. Please, not exemptions at the PPRA. That's going to go to Nansa. She's going to get very angry, and she's going to send it to me, and she's going to be, and it's going to take a much longer time. All right. So please, Section 4 exemptions. Okay, with the number 4 at the PPRA, and we will then look at it. You attach your E1 form, any motivation that you have as to why you need an exemption from that category or that particular provision. Send in those documents, we will have a look at it, and we will be able to give you feedback on your exemption application. Please remember there is another kind of exemption as well. So we're now on number 3 kind, right? We've got one for education, we've got one for the provisions of the Act, and then we've got one for trust accounts. Now this new Act and the regulations tell us that, you know what, all property practitioners, doesn't matter what industry, have to have a trust account. Okay? So if you're a property practitioner, in other words the principal, you have to have a trust account that you operate. And all your employees will obviously make use of that trust account. Right. But under the new regulations, there are some who can be exempted from having a trust account. All right. First of all, your turnover has to be less than 2.5 million a year. That's one of the criteria that you need to have. Secondly, you have to not take trust money from anybody for anything. Now, if you don't know what trust money is, let me explain that trust money is any money that you receive that you have to hold and keep that belongs to somebody else at the time that you receive it. All right. So somebody's deposit for a sale, they might pay it to you. You keep it in trust, in your trust account, until such time as the transfer is going through and the attorney says, right, I'm busy with the transfer, it's going in tomorrow, please transfer the money. Right? and then you transfer it. So it's any money that's not your money. Okay, that's trust money. And if you receive trust money, you must have a trust account. It has to be paid into your trust account immediately when it's received. You cannot receive it any other way, and it has to stay in your trust account until such time as you are by law entitled to pay it out, or the owner consents for you to pay it out. All right? But if you don't accept trust money, then you don't need to have a trust account. But you have to get a confirmation from the audit department that you are exempted from having a trust account. And how do you do that? You send an email to audit at the PPRA, you'll see it there, with an affidavit, and you will find that affidavit in the regulations under Regulation 2. Okay? Look at Regulation 2, it's quite long, and at the end of Regulation 2 there's an affidavit. And that's an affidavit which gives you the format of what you have to say. And it simply says, I have a firm, but I don't take trust money, I'm never going to take trust money. If I did have a trust account, I've closed it, it's all been wound up, it's all been deregistered with the PPRA. Okay? And if it happens that I'm going to start taking trust money, then I will open a trust account and I will tell you at least 60 days before I take that trust money, so you can register it. All right. And then you get something from audit which says you don't need to have a trust account, you can just use this document instead to say that you are exempt. And the advantage then is that you don't have to audit your trust account. It saves you lots of money. Okay? All you have to do is you can use your accountant to prepare your business's financial statements once a year. It has to then be reviewed by an accountant. It doesn't have to be audited. Okay, so it saves you some money. That's it. I'm just going to add, ladies and gentlemen, that as from the 1st of July, we will be registering all other industries as well. But I need to mention to you that your process for registering other industries, auctioneers, timeshare, bond originators, developers, all of those, is going to be a different process to this. We are going to send you, and it's going to be on our website, a link. And it's a very easy process. Okay? You're just going to click on that link. It's going to take you to a profile, and you're just going to put in your information, much like this. Put in who the directors are, upload the firm documents, who the employees are, and you register it. It will come to us and we will send it over. Right, thank you very much. Yes, questions?
I just want to check with you. If you're a small business owner and you buy and flip properties to be student accommodation, you need to be registered because you also advertise to lease, to everyone that you interested in leasing. And also, the owners who advertise for themselves, because you said anyone who can sales and marketing must also register. So the owners who advertise for themselves.
Okay, can you explain that? Okay, so in the first example, where you are flipping and you're leasing and it's a business, okay, in terms of the Act, if you are conducting a business and the everyday activities of that business is to flip property, to sell property, to rent property, then you have to be registered with this. If, however, you are selling or renting your own personal property and you're doing it in your own name, in other words, not the name of a company, not the name of any other juristic person, it's just you, okay, and it's not your primary business. You also work as an auditor, or you work as a teacher or something else, okay, and you do this on the side, then you don't have to be registered with this. Right. But bear in mind, those properties must be registered in your name, not in a company's name, right? And it's your own personal property, right? Yes.
So how do you regulate it? Because there's a little gray area. How do you regulate
it? Yes, it's very difficult. It's the same as trying to regulate the rest of the industry. Because, if you, for example, a lease, if somebody is running their own company and they buy the properties and they lease them out, we're not going to know about it because there's no conveyancer who says, where's your FFC, all right? Or some control of that nature. So we find out by checking adverts, checking the property market platforms, marketing platforms, those kind of things, to see whether people are registered. We also get a database from from SARS and from SIPC, which says, okay, these are the people who are registered with a name like property or estate agent or rental agent or something like that. Okay, and we draw those out and we check and go through them. So we've got a whole lot of things in place to try and regulate, but it's not foolproof, and it never will. Okay, we're not good at enforcing law in this country, let's face it. Okay, we've got first world laws, we haven't got first world implementation and enforcement provisions yet. Okay, we need to get there. So yeah, we're doing our best. Yes?
I think that I had an issue with the firm when appointed someone as a candidate, and then the person tomorrow can just get up and go to the next without even contributing. For the way you put it, that you don't have to put a company's name on the certificate, meaning that the person can decide to do tomorrow and go again. Then what's the point then of us appointing someone? Why don't we go straight to PPRA, get their NFCs, and then go to anyone instead of let's say like then tomorrow can do what? Because when you go onto the PPRA website or the PPRA, you find that I cannot be able to verify where somebody. You can't find anyone that I registered who's okay, these people are on my system. There's no link like that.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying here, how then do you implement the control over the people that you have appointed, if they can do anything to maybe I instead this is a property for me, but then if you got an offer, then they go to a lawyer and say this very stuff, I will do. So how do you control such?
Okay. All right, there are a couple of things to do. I must agree with you that the fact that the FFC has changed and the fact that you only need one FFC is a problem for me and for the PPRA. We don't agree with that. We know that it makes it easier in some respects, but the problem of accountability and the problem of control and regulation is lost. And that is 10 times worse for us. So we have asked the Minister to consider changing that so that we can go back to what we had before. I don't know how long that will take, but we have made representations and we've even prepared those changes for the Minister, and we hope that she will have a look at them. But apart from that, when you have somebody leaving, it's very important that you send us, in terms of the regulation, something which says, please remove this person from my firm because they're not working for us, for me anymore. And remember that that person, if they've got an offer and they're going to the attorney to say, okay, do the conveyancing, that attorney is not allowed to pay them their commission until they get their principal's FFC and the intern's FFC to show that they had those FFCs at the time that that transaction was concluded. All right. So there is some hope in that respect. There is some control there. All right. But it is certainly a problem, and we rely on you to advise us. Those interns cannot just go and work on their own. If they do, we will charge them. Okay? And if necessary, we'll go to court and we'll get an interdict stopping them. Okay? Yes, another hand.
Good morning. There's a question or concern on this new FFC. Previously, on that FFC, there was a small portion because we are supposed to identify ourselves when we go out in our business. And in previous case, we used to have a small portion to cut the as a card.
Yes.
But in the new one, I can go around both just to be kind.
No, that's true.
Maybe modify this one to have that special.
That is a problem, you know, it was such a useful thing because your registration number was there, your details were there, the firm you worked for was there, everything was there, so it was very helpful. Unfortunately, what the regulations have done is they've said, this is what the new FFC is going to look like. And because it's a regulation, we actually can't change it, not allowed to.
Can't we make it the issue?
We have done so. We have done so, yes. We've asked the Minister as one of, there's a number of things we asked the Minister to consider in changing the regulations, and the format of the FFC is one of them, because it is a problem. We're quite right. Okay, yes.
Thank you.
You said the whole about the people who like to really and were out in the business about
Okay, as far as registration is concerned, it's basically the same as the slide that I showed you. So you can re-register in the same industry that you were in previously by following that procedure. The difficulty that you have is the education question, and that's what Nomsa spoke about. You'll remember that if you can't come back if you don't have the previous qualifications that you were required to have, or that you have then registered for something like an equivalency exemption or a someone RPL, right? And you've received that. You can apply for that through the education department, and they can tell you, all right, you worked previously for 20 years, we accept that you can be exempted from this or this. But if you don't have those qualifications, you will be coming back as an intern and somebody, okay? Unless you can get an RPL or recognition of prior learning, in other words, or an exemption, equivalency exemption. Okay. So yeah, so that's not something I can talk a lot about. I can speak to Nomsa afterwards if you're not sure. Sorry, yes.
Okay. I just got two or three questions. The first one, I think when you were doing your presentation, you said in order for one to be the principal, you need to have, under the current dispensation, we are supposed to register a company and then you become the principal and write PD5. But I'm not sure, on the new dispensation, I think there's something that says you must write PD4 and then PD5 and then you become the principal. You do not have to, but I just want an explanation of that one. And then the second question is on the waiving of penalties. I know the letter says if you had left the industry and you're coming back and you did not inform PPRA that you did. But I'm also more worried about the other previous penalties, especially with the auditors, with the auditing. I know most people are having problems with those where they were not, the trust accounts were not operational. And then maybe someone did not advise, and then they've incurred a lot of money of penalties. I mean, people are talking about 20,000 to 30,000 on that. I just wanted to check what is the PPRA doing about that historical debt. And the last one is also on the trust accounts. I just want also, if you can clarify to me what you call these things, the pay props and where they take over the principal's trust account, and then the principal then deregisters, but pay prop controls that. I think, I'm using pay prop because
payment processing agents.
Those, yes. I think they also fall under the 12 subcategories. I'm not sure about
yes,
that. But if you can, yes, just.
What's the question about that?
If you can clarify that for me. Does the principal have to deregister, not deregister, the trust account?
Trust account, okay.
Yes, and use them.
To deal with that first, you as a principal, when you registered your firm, you will have registered a trust account.
Yes.
Okay? You will also have sent us a letter from the bank confirming that that is your trust account. And we will have it there, it will say ABSA, Northcliffe, account number so-and-so, or whatever. Right. Now, let's say you are going to pay prop. So what you're going to do is you are going to send your details to the audit department, and you're going to say, please deregister my trust account. Here is my proof from the bank, okay, that I've closed it. All right, okay, and the date that I've closed it. All right. I'm going to have PayProp instead of me, and my PayProp account is going to be this number. All right, and we then will take away your old one, and we will put PayProp's name there, and we will say the PayProp account that is going to be used. All right. Remember that at the end of the day, compliance on trust accounts is the responsibility of the principal. You cannot delegate it. Okay? So at the end of the day, if PayProp doesn't do their job, you are liable for it. Right? So because at the end of the day, you are the responsible person. You cannot delegate accountability. Okay? You can delegate various instructions, but you remain the accountable person. Okay? So you will then do that. We will then put it in your profile that your new trust account is this and it's held by PayPal. And then at the end of the month or the end of the year, we are going to require the documentation from PayPal to submit to us the audit of that trust account. Okay, and what it is that they've done, and everything that we require, your IT3B, I think it is, that shows the interest that was earned, etc., etc. Okay, so that's your responsibility as the principal. As far as the audit penalties is concerned, all right, there's no way that anybody could have accumulated 30,000 rands worth of audit penalties. It's not possible. What you could have accumulated is interest on your trust account, which is due to us, that you never paid. Okay, which is a concern because it's not your money in the first place. So you shouldn't have it. It should be sent to us from your trust account, all right? So it may be that you owe us interest on your trust account in terms of that. Or it may be that you have to pay your auditors 20,000 rand or 30,000 rand to be able to do an audit, because auditors are expensive, all right? But when you have, because remember that your trust account is very, very sacred. It's very important to us. You have a huge responsibility when you take somebody else's money and you hold it and you look after it, okay? Okay, that is your job, that is your responsibility. And we need responsible people to do that. And we need to, by law, check that you're not stealing that money and spending it on a holiday to Mauritius or wherever, okay? Because there are people that do that, right? And then when the attorney says, okay, please send me the money now, I want to do the transfer, you say, hey, sorry, trust account's empty. Okay? And remember, that's a criminal offence, it's theft. That's not your money. All right. So it's essential that we get an audit report on your trust account every single year that we can see. So if you stopped operating, but you didn't close your trust account, how do we know you didn't close it? How do we know that you're not busy there operating on the sly and taking everybody's money in your trust account and you're telling us, oh no, I'm not operating there? We have to prove that. We have to check. That's why that account has to be audited, even if there's nothing going through it. Because we need your auditor to come and tell us, that trust account, it was open for the last 3 years, but there's been no money going through that. Bring me up. All right. But that's why you have to then go and have an audit to do that. That's why I say what you need to do if you stop operating is you need to immediately close your trust account. Because even if you don't submit your audit report then, when you come back 5 years later, we're going to say to you, you've got an open trust account, we need audit reports for the last 10 years or 5 years or whatever. You're going to say, no, I closed my trust account, here's my letter from the bank. Then we're going to say, okay, we only want a winding up audit report for that last year before you close it. All right, and it will save you a lot of money. The penalties for failing to submit your audit report, previously under the old section 27, which some are still applicable, some of those penalties would have been incurred under the old act, when the old act was still operating. They are only, I think, 1,000 rand a year, unless you were making lots of money, in which case they will go up. But if you were dormant, it's 1,000 rand a year. Your audit report is late. Under the new one, penalties but your penalties go up to, if you don't submit your audit report for 3 months, then it becomes a non-submission. And the Act says then your payment is very high. Then your payment is 25,000 rand for failing to submit. All right? That's how we use it. So if you don't pay that, you'll go before a disciplinary committee, and the disciplinary committee can charge you anything up to 150,000 rand. Okay? So don't not submit your audit. But if you've got people who from long ago hadn't submitted their audit reports, it should only be 1,000 rand. So it's only if you haven't submitted in the last 2 years for more than 3 months of the year, then that 25,000.
But yeah, just in terms of the new classifications that are going to be added, like auctions and the rest of it. Now, scenario, I am currently a principal in real estate, okay, as a property practitioner as such. I don't have the NQF5, I'm going to be doing it the next round. On 1 July, I need to start at an auction firm as a principal. Will that still be okay?
can't start as a principal because we don't have principals in auctioneering, we have directors.
Okay, so purely then directors. So you don't actually physically need a principal status anymore.
Not in those industries.
Not in those.
Okay. And that will change in due course. But at this stage, what the regulation says is that the PPRA must work out what you need to be able to be a principal or business owner in each of those different categories. It hasn't been done yet. We don't know yet. Right? So until that happens, you are registered without any qualifications, without any statuses, without anything, either as a director, which is your business owner and you are responsible for the firm, or as an employee. Okay, and what you're doing in your estate agent industry is irrelevant. Okay, it just means if you haven't got that, you can't carry on operating as an estate agent. You do what NAMSA says here.
Okay, so in terms of the auction, I wouldn't need that into the specification or requirement as such.
No, those requirements are not there yet.
Okay, but they will come.
They will come. Yeah, it's going to take a while, but you know, I mean, we've got 12. They've got 12 industries.
Okay, super.
They've got to do PDE exams for the 12 industries. They've got to do standards of training for 12 industries. It's going to be a while.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have more questions?
Okay, Nonsa?
As indicated, if you want to register your auctioneers standalone from the state agency, you follow what the press is saying, and we emphasize media online. And where we exempted from doing auctioneering educational requirements because we have done for listening code. So we're working on the exemption for auctioneers. At entry-level people, when we face in the validation for auctioneering, even the principal information, then and they don't have the verification for them to produce.
My concern was around the timing. You say I voted for PPRA, but not the PDE, because obviously the new one says you voted in principle, you have to have the PDE.
No, you need to do
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so just for those who didn't hear, Nonsa, she didn't have a mic. If you do, if for example the gentleman goes on and he does his PDE in the estate agent industry, when they do make qualifications available for auctioneers, he will be able to apply for an equivalency exemption from whatever auctioneering qualifications there are on the basis of his estate agent.
Thank you very much from the audit, and this presentation is going to give us clarity. Today with me I have Ms. Dineo Patele, who is the executive in the inspections department. And you know now, we heard there was another question about the FFC. Why is the FFC looking like that? You know, why can't we trade into a smaller part? She's going to talk about especially the code of conduct, that your FFC must always be on the wall in your office, and also issues of disclosure forms. You know, as a working property practitioner, you know that you have to have that disclosure form and where is it from the legislation. So she's going to give us clarity on that. Please welcome Ms. Dineo Patele.
understand the legislation and know how to implement it.
issue a communication or a guideline, and this is only when we have done an inspection to say that there are a lot of non-compliance in terms of, for example, what Annie has referred to in terms of failure to display your FFC on your wall. So with that, we then go back and say then, do we need to provide guidance? Then we'll issue a guideline in terms of making sure that property practitioners understand why it must be on the wall. So that is mainly our work, is to implement the legislation, to monitor compliance, and report the and try to provide guidance. So today, I think we also touched the trust account and from as a file. I'll also touch briefly on it. I'll also talk to the scope of inspection. What we do, what should we do, what should we make sure that we have those documents as well. We'll touch mostly on the trust account again, on the accounting records, on the annual financial statement, we'll touch on the number of provisions of the Act. So you will see that the Act has a number of obligations that are imposed on the professional sector or industry. So we ensure that by using these obligations, you are able to render savings to the consumer. You can see that our legislation is more consumer-centric, and therefore it is intended to ensure the rights of consumers, and that those rights of consumers are protected. So we are there as a property regulation authority to promote public interest and ensure that when we deal with consumers, we are dealing with them in a professional manner, and we are able to assist them. So as we go out as an inspections department, one of the scope is provided for in the legislation. There is a section that deals with mandatory disclosure forms. These are the forms that a property practitioner must complete, which will also be attached to the contract. Either be a sale agreement or a lease agreement. So this is one of the requirements for the property practitioner to ensure that as they complete the contract itself, the mandatory disclosure form is signed by all the parties. I think the party has signed all of those. And we've also noted that the current disclosure form as provided in the regulation, in some cases is incomplete. For example, it talks about the sales does not include leases. It will outline the defects in terms of sale, but it doesn't cover leases. So we have also identified that from the form itself. So what the PPRA has gone out issued a guideline to say that if you find that the mandatory disclosure form does not really address the issues that you want to identify as defects in the property, you can apply to the regulator, PPRA, and provide us with your own design mandatory form. But you must make sure that that mandatory form complies with the CPA in order to ensure that it covers the consumer, consumer protection. We have to make sure that it qualifies for protection. And it also doesn't contravene other provisions of the legislation. So you complete an e-form that the member has referred to. You submit to section 4 exemptions that will be exempted from using the disclosure form as provided in the regulations. You now have this particular disclosure form that you have developed on your own, and then you will consider it because there is a committee that sits and considers exemptions, and that exemptions will be granted. What we have done currently now is, Debra also has alluded that we have also indicated these divisions to the minister as part of the revised regulations that the mandatory disclosure form is not really adequate. This is also intended to protect the consumers. One other scope that we include when we do an inspection is to check for the and that is quite important because we have received a number of complaints or disclosures or whistleblowers that certain people are operating without a So one of the things that we ask for is that we, the public practitioner, should make a difference. And it's important that we have the right to efforts. I think the right has indicated that if you don't, as a public practitioner, does not have a certificate, in terms of the legislation, they are not entitled to this information. So if somebody can then forward a claim that you were not in possession of the transaction, however, permission has been paid, that complaint will be investigated, and as a practitioner will be required then to refund that money. And you can also look at the act that says that if you continue to operate without a fidelity fund certificate, a person can be guilty of an offense in terms of section 48.5, meaning that the PPRA can always go and open a criminal case against the person who is operating illegally. We can also obtain an interdict and also refer the matter to a disciplinary inquiry. So those are the parameters that have been provided by the legislation. So I think the rest actually quite a few questions regarding trust account. You'll see that when you apply for an exemption, the Practitioner Authority has provided an exemption application that is in form as well that we have to complete. And once that application has been granted, this is how the letter of exemption will look like. The name and also the details in terms of how are you exempted. So in terms of the auditors who are supposed to do an audit, we require that you use an auditor who's registered with IRBA. IRBA is a recognized association where all the registered auditors are allowed to conduct
because I'm not using
apply and then take
the camera is capturing sound.
So I want to do the log with regard to the exemption. I know that so in terms of the annual financial statements, they've got to highlight the fact that you are required to submit an annual financial statement audit. That is, any person whose revenue is 2.5 million and above, they are supposed to have their financial statement audited, and this can also be done by a registered auditor from IRBA. And once the annual financial statement has been audited, you are not required to submit to the PPRA. You can only submit only on the request, and this request can only be done during an inspection. So when we are going to ask for an audited financial statement, we'll normally send you a notification to say, please ensure that when you come to do an inspection, you must have your annual financial statement audited, prepared for us, and be made available. You'll also note that in terms of the Act, you are also granted 6 months within which to complete the annual financial statement, which has to be audited, which is similar to the trust account. So after your financial year end has ended, you are then at 6 months within which then to do an audit for your auditor to do the audit. So this is actually the same. Those then who annual turnover below 2.5, they are therefore not required to provide us with the annual financial audited statement. They can do an independent review. An independent review can be done by a registered accountant. I think Deborah has also highlighted that in that case you are not supposed to submit an audit report, and also we are only required to do an independent review. So that we definitely say the cost, because the cost of the registered auditor together with the cost of the registered accountant, they definitely be experienced. So there will not be a lot of money spent in terms of obtaining an audit. One other thing is that you can only, I think also Deborah indicated that the trust account exemption letter is issued by the audit department. And there must be a formal application. We have come across situations where a person says, but my revenue is below 2.5, therefore I mean, automatically exempted. That is not the case. There must be a formal application so that we are able to issue that exemption letter. And that exemption letter as well can be used to, can be provided to the inspector when they come and do an inspection. And that will be a proof that you have been formally exempted by the PRA. Your income is below 2.5 million, and also you must require to contact or to get an audit. In terms of the Companies Act, what then must be able to say that I'm entitled to do a internal review or independent review course of the public interest score. If you know, public interest score is as follows: 1 point for every employee, 1 point for every 1 million one-third party liability, or 1 point for every 1 million revenue per year. So this formula can always be explained by an accountant in terms of that you actually fall under a category where there is independent review. Now from the PPRA perspective, once we have an independent review, once we can show that the annual turnover is below 2.5 million and that we have an exemption letter, we will not request additional information. I think I've already highlighted who qualifies to do an independent review of the financials. I've said that it can be an auditor, a registered auditor, or a registered accountant. And also where a person has an exemption letter, and also we will provide the So I'm just going to go through that. I know that Joshua has touched on the payment. And those are the 3 requirements. So what you will be required to do is that you close your trust account with the bank, give us a letter from the bank confirming that the trust account has been closed. Then you obtain a letter from PayPal, for example, to say that they will now be responsible for your trust account, because PayPal is a company that we have registered with us, that they are operating under a trust environment, and that they will be submitting this particular report. You see those that are indicated in blue. So this is the company that you may have, whose works are similar to that of a PayProp. PayProp will require to submit to us an audit report, just a normal audit report after the financial year. They will then have to submit an audit report that deals with the trust environment, how they received your money and how the money has been spent, and also the list of clients in that report, so that you are able to take your information and therefore correspond with that or reconcile with that of PayProp, so that we ensure that you are really their client. So in terms of the trust account exemption, I think I've already identified, spoke about it, and also Deborah has already indicated that in terms of the regulation, I think it's Regulation 2, that a person who qualifies for a trust account exemption, it will be a person who has never received the trust money, the person who will no longer receive the trust money, the person who have now appointed a payment processing agent,
And like I indicated, a payment processing agent will be a property practitioner who's registered and having a valid FFC, who's operating in a trust account environment. And then this person then will then be audited annually and submit those 3 audit reports that I've referred to. This is just a process to follow in terms of applying for a trust account exemption. Deborah has already indicated the procedure in terms of a new registration. So from us, as a audit compliance, we just complete the affidavit as provided in the regulation, have it commissioned by a commissioner of oath, and then email it there to the email address provided. And thereafter, in the new registration, you'll then take that exemption letter that has been issued to the licensing department for them to finalize the registration of the firm. This refers to the new firms. And another information that I think is quite important, where a company now has requested an exemption, we require them to close the account, request the auditor to submit a winding up report. A winding up report is a report, I think Deborah has also dealt with this, to say that you are no longer taking trust monies, you have closed your account and there are no monies available. So that winding up report, it must be actually submitted or lodged within our portal. We don't accept winding up reports or any other information via the email. So it's important that it's done by the auditor through the portal that has been created for auditor. You will know that the auditors will then have to register first. Once they have registered on the portal, then they will be allowed then to submit the audit report. So the audit report cannot be emailed to us unless we had issues of systems, which we had, but under normal, ordinarily, it will be required that the auditor submit it in our portal, and thereafter then we'll deal with it. But the affidavit then can be sent to the audit email address as provided. Here, how do you apply for a trust exemption if you are an existing managing agent? In this case, we have a managing agent, and now they won't be using the trust account. But however, managing a body corporate or an HOA. What the requirement is exactly the same that I've mentioned, is that they will close their trust account, they will then have a winding up report for us, complete the affidavit, and they will then get a letter from the body corporate itself to say that the body corporate has its own trust account. And this is in terms of regulation 2.6, and that you will not be required to receive trust. So once we have all those documents, we can then be submitted to us, will then be exempted. And in cases of claims, I think Deborah has indicated that once we have this, it's a confirmation that you are not receiving trust monies, and therefore the body corporate cannot come back to the PPRA and provide claims against the individual who has been appointed as a managing agent, because in terms of our records, the managing agent is not receiving trust monies. So it's important that the managing agent confirm this information with the body corporate, and the body corporate should not even bring the signing powers in terms of their trust monies to the agent or the managing agent, because this does create a bit of problems. And here is how to apply for a trust account exemption if you are an existing practitioner who does not need a trust account and you want to mandate payment processing. I think I've done with this, I won't repeat it. This is just a summary in terms of the trust account exemptions. I think that all the colleagues can see that I've gone through the one who's a new property practitioner. What is it that we want for in terms of the application for a trust account exemption? And if you are operating or under payment processing, that is the last column. And the other one, if you are operating under a managing
And so I'm not going to repeat this one again. This one then talks to when our audit report on trust accounts due for submission to PPRA. I think this is very important, and this is what leads to people having to pay penalties or fines. In terms of the legislation, I think it's section 54. Every property practitioner is required to submit an audit report 6 months after their financial year end. Say, for example, your financial year end is February. You are required to submit your audit report at least the latest by the 31st of August. From the 1st of September, there is a penalty of 20 rand per day that is provided for in the new legislation. You'll remember that they've not touched on the old legislation. And maybe some of the penalties may have accumulated to a large amount based on the fact that the person has failed to submit the audit report. So this 20 rand is calculated per day for a period of 3 months. So after a period of 3 months, those non-submission of the audit report are sent to inspections department. The inspections department will do an investigation to check indeed that the audit report has not been submitted. And following the investigation, they will then go to the Act. Under the Act, we have Section 26. Section 26 talks to the compliance notices. I'm not sure if some of you have received those compliance notices. The compliance notices outline the contraventions together with the fines that can be imposed. So where there is non-submission of the audit report, you find that under Section 54, when you look at the regulation, Regulation 38, will identify the contravention to say failure to submit an audit report is a contravention. Next to the contravention, it will detail the amount that PPRA can impose. And the amount provided there, for example, in terms of the audit report, it is the 25,000 fine. So the compliance notice will be drafted and sent out to the property practitioner to say you have passed the deadline, which is the 31st of August as an example. And over and above that, we have even granted additional 3 months to submit, and in terms of which it will be a penalty of 20 rand. So in total, one can see that you have about 9 months within which to submit the audit report. And only after 9 months that any compliance notice is issued with this large sum of money by the inspection department. So I thought maybe I can just clear that part. So these are the penalties or the fines. Actually, these are the fines because once 3 months have passed, it's no longer regarded as a penalty. It becomes a fine as provided in terms of Regulation 8. So these are the fines provided for in terms of Regulation 8. For example, where the trust account has not properly referenced, during an inspection, an inspector found that your trust account is not properly referenced, or your trust account is not a trust account as required in terms of the Act. They will note that, and the fine that is provided for in the regulation is that amount. So where also the inspector finds that you are not balancing your account on a monthly basis as required by Section 54 again, that is the relevant fine. So whereby also I know that Deborah is referring to trust monies that are supposed to have been paid or interest on trust money, and then the fine is provided there. You will note also that practicing without a fidelity fund, the fund is also provided there. So I think the legislature, what it has done was that PPRA will not come up with fines. The legislature the department, the minister, has defined the fines. And if there are changes to the fines as well, the minister will then be responsible for that. So these fines are not designed by the PPRA, but it's something that we have been included in the legislation, and therefore we are implementing this.
I have just touched on the compliance notices. Those are the ones that are issued by the inspections department insofar as Section 26 is concerned, because we are trying to ensure that we make reference to the Act, and where I have also indicated that we see a gap, we go out and provide guidelines. And I think on the website, there is a guideline around audit requirements. There's quite a very huge document regarding compliance with audit requirements. And we've also issued guidelines in terms of the mandatory disclosure, because we felt that most of the people were very confused because of its deficiencies and inadequacies. We've also issued a guideline in respect of what should be contained when you advertise. For example, how do you put the name of the company, and what should be contained in there, and the words that are required. If you have your advertising material, you should never forget to put the word under Regulation 37 to say registered with PPRA. So those are the things that we look out, and then we go and check as we do physical inspections. So once we've done an inspection, we come up with a report. One of those is that we'll issue a compliance notice, because it's required by the Act that once an inspection is done, contraventions are there, then we issue a compliance notice. But where there are no contraventions, obviously, a person is compliant and is kept in the record. I think there have been occasions where, in terms of our system, we cannot find the audit report. We had various system glitches, and one person has been issued with a compliance notice. In that case, a person can send an email to compliance notices and say that, no, I've already submitted the audit report and here's the proof. So if a proof is provided, obviously we will have to cancel the compliance notice and issue a credit note. So we have done that in various occasions, whereby we see that our system has failed us, and therefore we'll then retract and issue a credit note so that the person does not really have to pay, but it was our fault. And also, where now somebody has received a compliance notice, but the auditor has made a mistake on the audit report, and we have received that as well. And we are saying that the person can then send a notification or an email to us and say, but this was a mistake done by the auditor. We'll then ask that, can you then ask your auditor to resubmit with the correct document or the correct information? And then with additional letter or information to say why the changes and the reason why the audit has to be changed. So we'll look at it as audit department together with inspections department, and then after having analyzed, we'll then cancel the compliance notice and also issue a credit note again. So where even the errors are made by the auditors, maybe after submitting, there was a number that they added which is supposed not to have been there, we actually ask the auditor, please go and redo it again and then resubmit. And in that case, after those corrections, the compliance notice will be cancelled. I have wired up my trust account. I've actually not been practicing. I have sent documentation to the licensing department to deregister my company, and now I'm receiving a compliance notice. The same process will follow. We'll investigate internally
look at the winding up report, look at the closing date of the trust account, and then just reconcile our documents, and then cancel the compliance notice. So there are certain instances which do happen in this matter that I have outlined the previous slides together with this one. And when those reasons are valid and we realize that it's the fault of the PPRA, we do cancel those compliance notice and issue the report. In this case now, where a person say, I cannot afford to pay the fine as provided for the compliance notice, and I want that to be reduced. In this case, the PPRA has not come up with a guideline. The PPRA took a decision that because the fines are provided there, we have no power in terms of reducing it. But we are looking at that in terms of the changes to the regulations, so that the regulation provide guidance or provide a procedure for us to be able to waive those or reduce those fines, because we understand that some of the circumstances are really valid that they warrant a reduction. It's something that is still being looked at, and once a decision has been taken, a procedure will then be developed in terms of what guidelines or criteria that the parents will use to ensure that those fines are reduced or are waived depending on the circumstances. So currently, as it stands, the fines that have been posted in Regulation 38, they are not being reduced, but it's something that has been brought to our attention that we are discussing internally together with the changes of the regulation and the Department of Human Settlement. And just towards the end of my presentation, these are the contact details for various departments that I have highlighted. Audit reports, audit requirements, can the auditors use the audit portal? It's very important for us in terms of systems. Where are queries related to audit or trust account, then you've got an audit email address is provided there. Where you have issues about compliance notice and the fines that you've received or the compliance notice was issued in error, this is the email address. And in terms of the letters of demand, I don't know if colleagues have received letters of demand. What normally happens once we issue a compliance notice, you'll see that on the compliance notice, it provides for 30 days within which to pay the money or the fine. So the inspections department will then approach the debtors and recoveries department, who will then take over in terms of issuing invoices and statements, and those are the people who will then be responsible for letters of demand. So if you have a query with regard to penalties that you've received, fine that you've received, then that is the email address, debt collection email address. And please go to our website. This guidelines that I've referred to is very informative and insightful, and it will provide you in terms of assisting you in terms of trust account and also financial statements or any other information. You are welcome to send an email through to any of this email address. And that is my case, colleagues. Thank you so much.
Okay, my question is in relation to compliance notice. Obviously, amounts that are relevant, for that compliance notice. I'm not within your system, but my understanding is that in any law, if there is fine that needs to be paid, that fine, if it makes the provisions, regulations or the law makes a provision for representation, then implying that when you submit representation now, whoever is looking at the case, you must look at the merits of the case, implying that in itself, it makes a provision that yes, the fine can be 20,000 or 25,000, but if I submit representation, then someone has got to look at what are the reasons that led to this non-compliance, and then apply the mind. The law cannot say 25,000, but you can submit a presentation, but then you submit, but they say no, but it doesn't matter whether you submit a representation or not, the fine still remains as is. So that's my comment. And the second question would be, when do you expect this new process, should I put it? I mean, dealing with matters of fine representations, whether the fines can be reduced or not be reduced.
Okay. Yeah, and maybe let's take another one. Okay. In terms of the representation, I think you are correct to point out that when you look at the compliance notice as it stands now, it says that the representation must be considered. But it does not provide the procedure in terms of which it has to be provided for. When you look at section 4, when it deals with exemptions, the regulation does provide the criteria in terms of which we have to follow, what should be done when you look at it, and if there are objections, what should be done. So what we have done with the compliance notices, we have made input on the regulation itself that the similar criteria must be provided for in the regulations, and those are the changes that you are looking at. That's why I indicated that as it stands, the PPRA took a stance that the representations cannot be considered at the moment because there's no guidelines that is provided. But with our input in terms of the regulations, and we'll be meeting with the department in a week or so to look at those input that we require amendment to the regulation based on the number of issues that DEPRA has raised, based on the number of issues that I've raised in terms of the inspections department and audit, and say that the Act provides certain things, but there are certain deficiencies that have been provided for. Can then we have the revised regulations? So we are at a stage whereby we have made inputs in terms of the revised regulation. We are meeting in terms of consultation with the department, and going forward, the department then will take it over to make sure that the regulations are amended. So I do totally agree with you, and you can maybe remember that insofar as the representation that I have looked at, there are those that, in my opinion, they do warrant a reduction because personal circumstances differ. But because we don't necessarily have guidance in respect of that, therefore we have made input for the regulations to be amended. So that is, so in terms of the timelines, I cannot give you the timelines, but we know that is quite something that is very urgent, that the regulations are ready to be maybe consulted with the industry after having consulted with the department itself. But the unfortunate part is that I cannot give you the timelines. So.
Yeah, okay. This is my last comment. With all due respect to PPRA, my honest belief is that at the point of this law, when it was the bill, I mean, PPRA being the custodian of laws relating to the governance of real estate matters. At that point, when the fine, there was this provision in the law for this fine, I mean, PPRA should have at that time, realized that there is a fine, but there is no provision, and gone back, I mean, to the legislature to say, look, you are regulating this, but I mean, there is no provision here. I mean, for representation, there's no provision here. I mean, that we're empowering us as PPRA to consider merit and to be able to apply our mind to this situation. So I feel this whole process is unfair. I mean, and for anybody who's sitting with this fine, given the circumstances, you surely admit and it's right, and I thank you for that. Then I believe that this is my proposal. PPR should be able to go back to those affected parties to say, look, we're in the process, officially we're in the process. I mean, because we realize, because of the comments and because of the inputs by the stakeholders in the sector. We're busy at the moment in getting the department or legislatures, then hold back on whatever it is that you need to pay until we come back to you.
Maybe in response, I can say I noted your comments, your input. It's something that I can take it to my principals and consider it. I cannot give you an instant response, yeah, but it's something that I will take it back. In terms of the custodian of the legislation, the department is the custodian. That is why we are consulting with the department, because those are the custodian of the legislation.
Thank you. I just want to check something with you. Your auditors that we are supposed to get to employ that are on the panel, yes. Are they briefed? Do they understand what you, as the PPRA, require from them? Let me tell you why. With my first submission of the audit, they presented the audit late, I think about a week late, and I submitted to PPRA. Next thing I find out I'm blocked without anything, my profile was blocked. When I inquired, I was told that my report was late. And I went in there and I was penalized, financially penalized. And I was saying to them, that cannot be, because I knew here, one. Two, I would believe that your auditors that you put on the panel are aware of the dates and what the requirements are. And I was told that is my responsibility. You don't play any role. It's my responsibility to make sure that those audits are presented on time. When I went back to the auditors, they were not aware of the date of closure. So what I'm asking here is that even if it's my responsibility, what is their responsibility to submit the audit on time? Right? So I'm saying here that also I felt that was very punitive for PPRA to just block me without having consulted, but why were the audits late? Coming to what the gentleman is saying there, but we really need to be understanding and consult with your professional, because some of us are new in the system. We don't understand, because at that time it was my first audit, but I was penalized. I had to pay at the end of the day, even though it was a gray matter. Gray area, sorry.
Yes, maybe let me start off with the fact that in this, with the effect of the PPA, Property Practitioners Act, we don't block. We don't block any person. The person can apply for an FFC, they will still receive their FFC, despite the fact that they have not submitted an audit report, because we don't block. Number two, we don't have panels. We say go to IRBA website and choose your own auditor who's registered. So we use the auditors that are registered, so that we don't have people who are posing as auditors but they are not registered. So we deal with auditors that are registered with IRBA, because we know that they are bound by certain standard of professionalism in terms of the Independent Regulatory Auditors Association. So we require that you do that. So an individual go and choose their own individual auditors. I do take that the auditor may not be aware, but as an audit profession, because they have to also abide by the standards that are set by their own profession, and it's a qualified person, as a professional person, they should know that the PPRA financial year end is this much. My client PPRA financial year end is this much. In terms of the legislation, before you take up an audit, you familiarize yourself with the standard that's required for the profession that you try to assist. And that is what the auditor has left you to do. And the other thing is that when we develop the audit report format, we do it with IRBA, because those are the people that we know that IRBA is going to communicate with their members to ensure that they are compliant when they have to submit the audit report. So I think your auditor may have let you down in that case by not complying with the requirement, but there is that expectation, a legitimate expectation from a professional point of view that the auditor knows what they're doing. That is why there is reliance that an auditor, only a registered auditor for that matter, is the one who's supposed to submit the audit report via our portal. Thank you, colleagues.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I wanted to know, is there a more formal setting for us to express our grievances as stakeholders? Because I feel like this is not the correct setting to fully express and process all these queries that we have.
I think maybe I can disagree as well to say this is the engagement that we are having, and you can still voice them, but where I cannot respond to, I can say I'll take it to the relevant department at the PPRA. I think these consultations are meant to receive this input because we cannot operate in isolation, not understanding what is there on the ground, and then take it back to and look at the legislation. Then how do we best apply this legislation addressing those issues that have been raised? So this is the particular forum, but maybe I think maybe we can then add to say these are the additional forums that we can do so that we address other issues. Maybe the time may be limited, but I think also this is the best forum. We have areas where then we can send queries to the relevant department and they will deal with it. But I actually prefer this type of a forum because we're able to engage. Thank you.
Maybe also to add, also, we're also having webinars, with different topics for people who can attend because some people are in different provinces. And also the managers and executives at PPRA, they're willing to meet you virtually. If you need a virtual meeting, just send us an email. We can help you. They can sit with you, come to our offices and sit with them so that they can assist, in whatever query that you have. You can also email me. All queries, I allocate them to the relevant departments.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe just also to add on, Naledi, if you set up a meeting with us, we always make ourselves available. And if you are not available, there will be a relevant person who's skilled to come and talk to you and address your query. Thank you.
And then maybe also, we can add that the consultations that we're going to have with the department, it's for July.
Yes.
Dr. Tlaji is going to present on the regulations, the new draft to the department for July. Then we'll communicate after the meeting on the next steps. Do we have more questions? Okay. The last one.
No. Can we have your email address, please?
Okay, yeah. Did you not get a program from another? It's fine, I'll share. Yes, I'll share. I'll also share with the other departments, and I'll also share my email address so that we can have it. Thank you so much, Osdino. We're going to have... Okay, now we are moving. We're going to have our next speaker. His name is Tebogo Maila. He's the manager. He comes from NHFC, and I'm sure before you've heard about Phyllis.
colleagues. Thank you for that response. Colleagues, my name is Tebo Maida, as introduced by Naledi. I am with the National Housing Finance Corporation, which is a state-owned company under the Department of Human Settlements. I will be presenting the government's housing subsidy program, known as First Home Finance. As Naledi has hinted, Flex Colleagues does not exist anymore. That is the old program that government used to have as a housing subsidy program. But in February of 2023, Minister Kubai officially launched First Home Finance as the new program of government. And I'll jump right into it. But let me also maybe start by introducing our organization to you, the National Housing Finance Corporation. It was established in 1996, and the organization has a two-pronged target market, if I can use that term, where we service clients. Clients are our business stakeholders. These are your developers, your contractors, social housing institutions, as well as microfinance institutions. And then we have end users, and these are households who have an income not exceeding 22,000 Rand. We are represented with offices in Joburg, Cape Town, and Port Elizabeth. As an entity, we are self-sustaining, even though we are owned by government 100%. We do not get any grant for loan activity as an organization. We raise capital in the capital market so that we can execute on our mandate as a DFI. And our product offering really, it's around innovative wholesale finance solutions for both debt and equity instruments within the affordable housing market. Our net asset value as at end of March 2022 was standing at 4.8 billion. So that is our organization in a nutshell. So we've got various divisions, and I will just quickly go through the major, or rather the flagship product offerings that are available through our lending division before I touch on the First Home Finance Housing Subsidy Grant. So as business people, if you are in the social housing finance space, you need subsidized rental accommodation funding. The NHFC can assist if you are SHRA accredited. We have private rental finance that's available as well for leasing to tenants. This is where you might maybe be looking at developing or refurbishing affordable privately owned rental accommodation. We've got affordable housing bridging finance as well. This is mainly for financial working capital, where you are intending to look at financing sites, construction, freestanding sectional title units, and so on. So there's bridging finance that can assist you as a business person. We've also got contractor finance. So if you have been awarded a PNG contract to build RDP houses and you need finance, you can speak to the NHFC. We have incremental housing finance. This is where we lend to micro financial institutions for their own lending activities around the affordable housing market. We also got equity finance. This is where the organization will consider taking equity in your organization if there is alignment of strategy. And then, of course, First Home Finance, and that is the program that I will speak more in detail on. So First Home Finance, let's first answer the question, what is it? It's a once-off housing subsidy that's available to assist low to middle income households. And those are classified as having a single or joint income starting from 3,501 Rand up to a maximum of 22,000 Rand. This is your typical gap market, colleagues, where you find that there's difficulty for these households when they go out into the private market to try and source funding for housing. Due to affordability and other factors, they are not assisted. but they also do not qualify to get free basic housing from government because they do have an income as a household. Remembering that for free basic housing, government program starts from 0 income up to 3,500. Within that category, that's free basic housing, that's RDP or PNG housing. And once you hit the 3501 mark and not exceeding 22,000, then you are considered for the housing subsidy grant, which is first home finance. The subsidy works on a sliding scale in that it favors low-income households. As an example, if income is at 3501, then the household are eligible to apply for the maximum subsidy amount, which is 169,265 rand. And then it goes all the way up to the max threshold, which is 22,000, in which case they may apply for the minimum subsidy amount, which is 38,911. And in between, we have an entire quantum that's broken up based on income bracket to see what the eligibility amount is. If you visit our website, it's on the brochures that you collected when you were signing in. You will be able to see that entire quantum. So this is our number one criterion in terms of who may apply for first home finance. Colleagues, on this slide really, this is where the big difference or change happened from what used to be FLESP to what is now first home finance. So with the former FLESP, there was only the mortgage option, which we are flagging there as the old option. And the challenge with that particular option was that it was mostly implementable in urban areas, and it favored households in the upper end of the income quantum because they first had to apply for a mortgage, qualify for a loan in terms of a bond, and only then could they apply for a subsidy. So that's how FLESP used to work. That option has not fallen away under first home finance. It is still there. So if any of your clients as property practitioners has been to a bank or you are assisting them via a bank and they need to raise money maybe for a deposit or for attorney fees to register the property, they may apply for the subsidy to assist them in that way. Even if they don't need a deposit, they have got their own resources for attorney fees, they can still apply for the subsidy before registration, and if approved, we will pay it into the bond account, individual bond account, to reduce the outstanding balance thereof. So now, over and above that option, which used to be the only option, there are now various other ways of accessing the subsidy, and that is to the right of the slide, where policy now allows that you may use subsidy on its own, subsidy alone, if it is enough to buy or to build your first home for you and your family. Let's please remember that the subsidy's intention in terms of policy is to assist with first-time home ownership. So never home improvements or holiday homes or home renovations, but first-time home ownership. You've never had a house before, you've never benefited as a family from government in terms of free basic housing, you want to have a home, then you may apply for the subsidy. So if the subsidy is enough, then you can use it on its own without combining it with a loan or any of your resources. But then you can also combine it with unsecured housing loan products. We know out in the market now there are loans that are intended for housing, but they are not mortgage loans because there is no top structure or security collateral for the loan. But the intention is for housing. You can combine it with such loans to buy or to build, as well as your pension-backed housing loans. So these are loans that are made available to retirement fund members where the fund rules permit. They may use a certain percentage of their individual share in the fund as security for this loan, and for that they benefit through discounted pricing, lower interest rates, and administration fees. So if any of your clients comes through and says, I work for a municipality, I belong to the SAMU National Provident Fund, for example, they use that product quite a lot. Then you are able to then say, let's see if you qualify for the subsidy, and we combine the two for you to buy or to build. Government employees that belong to the government employee housing scheme, That's what that abbreviation there stands for. Previously, under the old FLESP model, they were not permitted to access the subsidy. But now with First Home Finance, they are permitted. So basically, they've got two benefits. If you, as a property practitioner assisting a government employee, and on their payslip it shows that they have a housing allowance, be informed that they may apply for the subsidy if they fall within the income category. This should better their chances really in terms of mortgage consideration and so on. We do similar work with employers. We have got employer-assisted housing schemes as well out in the private sector. The mining industry is quite active in terms of such schemes. We partner them to assist their employees. Community schemes, stokvels, where communities, maybe a client of yours belongs to your community scheme, where they are able to lend or borrow money from the scheme for housing purposes. The law allows them to do that if the stokvel is on lending to their membership, not outside their membership. So if your client has raised a loan in that manner, they can come through combining with a subsidy to buy or to build. Installment sale agreements as well. If they are buying, maybe it's a private sale via installment sale agreement, a subsidy can also assist. They may apply, combine the two to buy or to build. Your rent to buy is also now accommodated. So once you're ready to exercise your right to buy where you are renting, subsidy can assist for you to buy. If you have your own resources, so if you are disciplined enough to say, I've saved 50,000 rand on my own, I want to buy a property, you may come through, combine that 50,000 with what you may qualify for in terms of the subsidy to buy or to build. And if you want to buy a housing stand, a housing site under RIDP projects, so these are your integrated residential development projects. This is where government, arms of government, provincial, district or local, make available service sites, like the ones we have of the Ikagileng land release program in Gauteng. If they are selling that site, you want to buy it so you can build your first home on it, you are permitted to use subsidy funds to buy that particular site. But also very interestingly, subsidy can also be accessed by those who wish to buy or to build in rural areas. So as we know, the structure of our economy, we have a migrant economy structure in South Africa. Some of us are here working. We are from a rural area somewhere. I want to build back home where the land is under a traditional council. There's no title to land in some of these areas. Then with the permission to occupy letter, I can come through, apply for the subsidy and say, I want to build home, Koramolepo, where I come from, because I've been given a site to build on. So this is really a big game changer in our view, in terms of how the subsidy can be accessed. It is now available to assist. We are able to increase the reach and scope of the subsidy throughout the country. Colleagues, in the interest of time, this is just a summarized version of the income quantum, but as mentioned, you will get it on our website. Safe to say that another big change with the policy from what used to be FLESP to First Home Finance is that those who are self-employed are also able to apply for the subsidy if they are able to provide a 6 months bank statement and a supporting affidavit explaining the nature of self-employment work that they do. So, quick example, I am a scholar transporter. Parents pay money into my bank account. I come through, give the NHFC a 6 months bank statement. They are able to average this income and see where to slot me in terms of the quantum. I also support that with an affidavit declaring that I'm a scholar transporter, and we are able to assist you. And on that one as well, colleagues, for those of us who've got domestic workers, we know that we are supposed to be giving them pay slips, ne, colleagues? And paying UIF for them, ne? Yeah. Don't worry, I'm not reporting anyone to labor. I can see there's no one. We don't have enough knots as we should be. But for that particular sector, where there's a huge need for housing, colleagues, we are also saying that if you as an employer are prepared to issue a sworn affidavit confirming employment, stating the income you pay to your worker or your helper, we will accept that. And we won't give it to labor, I promise you. Because Papaya does not allow us to do that. There are lawyers here, they can back me up. We only use information provided for the purpose for which it was provided. We are not allowed by law to say, there we go. They say they pay them 4,000, no pay slip, no UIF labor, do something about it. No. But we are saying we're trying to think out of the box innovatively as the NHFC to say, how do we then assist for those who are employed, who do not have pay slips, for whatever reason? We will accept that from the employer though. Now, in terms of policy, what can you use the subsidy for? To buy an already built house, this can be a new or existing house. You can buy a housing stand. Colleagues, I cannot overemphasize this point. We are talking about a legal housing stand here. One that was issued by a legal authority that has got municipal services. So not one that was cut on the ground by Comrade Tebogo, not that one. And if you already own a stand, which is legal, then you are permitted to apply to build on that particular housing site. But the condition is you must use a registered builder, because this is to protect you as a beneficiary, to make sure that the property can be enrolled with the NHRPC. With that enrollment, you get to enjoy things like warranty on the structure. If anything happens in the 5 years after completion of the structure, the NHRPC can step in and assist. I don't know about Pretoria, but I can tell you in Rodiport, where I live, the world is shaking, dancing, and houses are cracking. This is where the NHRPC can come in handy in terms of an enrolled property. You can also, if you have been issued a housing stand under the Ikageling, they did away with that word, Ikageling Land Release Program. Their policy says whether you got that stand for free from government or not, you are allowed to apply for the housing subsidy to build on it. So we will always refer to the policy around all RIDP projects. It will guide us accordingly. You can use the subsidy to build on such a stand. And if you are building out in the rural areas, we know that dynamics out there are different. Some of these sites may or may not have municipal services, but either way, you are permitted to use the subsidy on the strength of that permission to occupy letter issued by a recognized traditional authority. And this is where I always emphasize that not the councillor letter. So your councillor may issue a letter confirming your residential address for your figure requirements, but never a letter that is issuing you a housing site under a traditional authority. Those can only be issued by recognized. We have a list of this traditional authority. Hamolepo, Emakatini, we've got them all. So you are permitted to use it in that way. Also for your house buying costs, mostly related to your bond or mortgage. Colleagues, who can apply for the subsidy? This is not a government employee benefit. I always start off by saying so whenever the slide pops up, to say all South African citizens and permanent residents in the country may apply for the subsidy, those who are legally competent to contract. But very important, very, very important, colleagues, the subsidy we do not apply for as individuals, but as families, household. So policy says if you are a main applicant and you have a co-applicant, the two of you constitute a household. You may apply together, regardless of your relationship. Maskhalisane, we are married, it does not matter, we will not ask. You are permitted to apply together, but then you benefit together. You may not come back again in future individually to try and access the subsidy again. If there is no co-applicant, then you may apply as being single, but with financial dependence. These can be any persons who are under your financial care, with whom you reside and intend to live with in the house that you want to build or buy using subsidy funds. They do not necessarily have to be your direct relatives. Children don't have to be your own children. It could be a family member's children. We will ask for an affidavit explaining the relationship. Anyone that you declare to say that they are under your financial care, you may list as your financial dependents. Now, financial dependents cannot be persons who are actively contributing at the time of application to the UIF, because then it means you have a job. You cannot list someone who has a job who is contributing. Now, how do we then make sure and check whether you qualify for the subsidy or not? When we receive your application, we will run the Home Affairs database check to make sure that your ID are all in order. Now, we will also run UIF checks on your financial dependents to make sure that they are not actively employed at the time of application. Anyone listed under the application should not have previously benefited from a government housing subsidy scheme from any arm of the government, with the exception of the RIDP projects I mentioned in my previous slide, where I said we will be guided by policy around those particular projects. So anyone that you list should not have gotten an RDP house from government, and they also should not have owned previously or currently be owning a house, because the intention is first-time home ownership for the entire household. And the number one criterion, as mentioned, is always income. So this is how we ensure, and these are the checks that we will run to see if you qualify for the subsidy or not. We don't do any affordability checks, credit bureau checks, because this is not a loan, you're not repaying it, it's a subsidy. The condition is you only get it once. Okay? So that's how we ensure whether you qualify or not. And then in terms of documentation, colleagues, depending on how you intend to access the subsidy, so in your case as property practitioners, if you say, my client has already been approved for a bond, and I want to help with the subsidy, they need help with the subsidy, we will ask for that approval letter from the bank with other supporting documentation. That's how you are accessing the subsidy for your client. If your client says, I want to buy, I have my own money, we will ask for the most recent bank account statement reflecting the funds that they have in their name. And if they want to use the subsidy on their own, then we won't ask for any of those, because they are using the subsidy on its own. If they are buying, as you know, an agreement of sale will need to be provided, or a permission or that offer to purchase in terms of the property they want to buy. If they are building, we will always ask for proof of ownership of that housing site on which they intend to build. So that's documentation that we will ask for. The income, colleagues, that I mentioned, our number one criterion, this is how we will work around it. We will consider gross household income, but we exclude all incidental income. So that is your commission or your overtime end. But where there's a housing allowance, we will consider that. So we will add your basic, your gross, as well as your housing allowance where applicable. That is the figure that we will work on. And well, this won't really apply in your professional world, but for someone who's on retirement or on disability benefit, they can also access the subsidy because they are able to prove income. Now, retirement, I get it, we're not really talking about state old age grant. We're talking about someone who's earning a pension from their pension fund where they used to be employed, or someone who's been medically boarded and they are earning a disability benefit income. And in your case, colleagues, estate agents, where you don't have a basic salary and you only earn commission, we did not forget about you. We always had you in mind as well. And we will ask for a 12-month bank statement from you so we can average your income and see whether you fall within the category or not. So, colleagues, how do you then apply? How does this tie in with your professional lives as property practitioners? This is the reason why we tag along with the PPRA, because we are saying we would like to partner with you as a property practitioner and be able to grant you access on our online application portal where we can onboard you as an intermediary who's going to be applying on behalf of their clients. So how we work is we are moving away from paper-based application processes. We have an online portal. We have a vetting process where we will go and vet you and your business. Nothing hectic, standard vetting that it's registered. There's SARS registration, that your ID is okay, and you provide us your figure documents. That's our vetting really. We will also do any political exposure checks to make sure whether we are dealing with the next president of the country or not. We will also do any they call them enterprise wild risk checks to see if there are any red flags that come up in your name. There is such a service. Those are the kind of vettings that we do. And 99% of the time, our vettings check out. If your vetting checks out, we then say, we are going to onboard you on the online portal. You nominate administrators that you want us to train on behalf of your business. We will train them and show them how to navigate the system. And we give control to you as a business person to say, as and when a client walks through your door and says, I earn 15,000 Rand, I want to buy for 400,000 Rand, you first say, wait, let's see if you qualify for the subsidy. What's nice with the portal, we've got a two-phase application process, pre-approval and full application. So before you even go to full application, where you'll be required to upload supporting documents, you can do a pre-approval for your client. All we need is accurate information. What information? ID information of everyone listed on the application, as well as income information. With that minimum information, we are able to come to a determination whether they qualify or not. If they qualify, you will receive a letter, pre-approval letter, stating the amount that they qualify for. Now you know what you are working, what your working budget in a way is. These letters are known to all banks. We have SLAs with all banks. If you present this letter to a bank and you say, let's please do a 500,000 Rand bond application for my client, but they've already secured by way of pre-approval 80,000 Rand. Banks will consider that application favorably. This is the reason why I'm here today. We are wanting to partner with you so that we can give you this easy access where you can assist your clients, where you can have that competitive advantage. I'm preempting that question about, so commission and charges for us, and fees for us. There are no fees that you can earn from assisting your clients. Policy does not allow for that. There's no commission that you can earn from assisting your clients. But there is a big competitive advantage that you are gaining against the one who did not show up here today as a business. If I'm buying a house and you say to me, I can help you with a subsidy, and the next guy says, let's just do the bond, I'm going with you. That I can assure you. So that is what we are offering you. An enabler in terms of your business, a competitive advantage that can make sure that your clients are considered favorably when they go to banks for applications. Now we process, colleagues. Now this is where we will say to you, if it's unsuccessful, we give you reasons why. Most of the time, 99% of the time, it's either your client benefited before, they're outside the income category, something is not right with their ID, or their beneficiaries, their dependents rather, are listed on UIF, or they've owned a home before. 99.9% of the time, those are the reasons. But if it's successful, then we move over to say, give us supporting documents, let's commit funds, and let's move over to disbursement stage. When we pay, we do not pay to beneficiaries directly. Policy does not allow that. We do third-party payments. So if it's a purchase, we pay to the seller. That's why there has to be a legally binding agreement. If they are building, then we will pay to the merchant, material supplier, and we will pay to the builder, which is why the builder must also be registered. But we do 3 progress payments where they are building: foundation phase, wall plate, roof, and finishing. And if it's house buying costs, we pay to the bank. Now, veterans of the industry will always remember the headaches you used to have with FLISP money that used to hold up your deals, where you were saying, my deal just can't go through because FLISP. Those days are gone, colleagues. In our SLAs with banks, we pay this money upfront into their suspense accounts. It waits for lodgement. When you are ready, that money is waiting for you there. So banks are the ones now who are on paying the Artemis. That's how we've streamlined this process. Our turnaround times in terms of our pre-approval, if there are no system hiccups, 48 working hours, you will get an outcome. With our full application, if all required documents have been provided, then we're looking at a turnaround time of 21 working days, colleagues. And those are my contacts. Naledi will share this presentation, colleagues. Please feel free to get in touch with me. We would really like to partner with you so that we can give you this business enabler and competitive advantage. Thank you very much.
There's a question. Yeah, good afternoon. I hear you talking about those who had benefited before, they are not going to be beneficiary for the scheme. So my question is, those maybe have children who are NEFSA's beneficiary, and maybe the husband also got fired and got an UIF, even if it's a small amount of money, are they also not going to benefit?
Yeah, no, on that one, ma'am, it is strictly limited to government housing schemes. So all the other programs government has got do not affect subsidy application. So only government housing schemes. If your spouse was issued an RDP before you met him, you did not know, we will remind him. It will not be successful. Or if maybe you were issued a free stand, housing stand, and the policy said if you got it for free, you can't get the subsidy, it won't be successful. But in terms of your NEFSAs, your UIF, and all other programs, no, they don't have any bearing on the application outcome.
Good day. I just want to know if, like, my grandmother put us in a RDP house, put us in our names in the RDP house. So can I also apply for one? Or isn't it impossible? But he already passed on. So
Yes, no, unfortunately not. If your name is registered under any title deed, then it will not be successful. You are considered as a homeowner, which is why we always advise that let's try and get our names out of those family home title deeds so that we can access these opportunities and start building our own homes.
Yes.
Yes, permission to occupy. My understanding of that is that the process is not yet complete, but you have permission to occupy. So the question with that is that the transfer is not yet complete, and ownership hasn't been transferred. You are basically in a stalemate situation. You can't go back forward, but yet you have received a letter that says you have permission to occupy. So how do you overcome that hurdle basically on your side?
Okay, so in terms of how these permission to occupy letters were intended to function, is that, remember, land is under a traditional council. So this is communal land. There's no title to this land. You can never own this land. There are no title deed issued under communal land, which is in the care of a traditional council. So what happens is you are then given a stand to say you are permitted to build here. But even when that letter is issued, you can never have title to that land at all. That's how it's structured. It's communal land. You are there on the strength of that letter. And it's usually because you've got roots in that community, you are known in that community, you are a Motswana, born of the Bafokeng clan, and you belong there. It's usually how it works. There will never be any title to that land for any family. It's under communal care. So on the strength of that letter, you are permitted to come and apply and build.
Okay, we have two your side. I'll come to you.
Okay, Debo, I just wanted to ask a question which is more or less similar to the one she asked. My grandmother got the RDP. I'm not a beneficiary of the RDP, but I was listed as as I'm depending on her when she was applying for that taxi house. Am I going to be missing this opportunity now?
No, you will not. So let me explain it this way. Remember I spoke about financial dependence, so that you are a family. Those financial dependents will not now be regarded as beneficiaries of this house. But in an instance where your grandmother passes away, and in the title deed she goes and she says, I'm leaving this house, or in the title deed she says, I'm leaving this house to my children. They were home point my lady. These are my children, this is their home, I want them registered here as co-owners of this property when I die. Then you will be unsuccessful. Yes.
Okay. Hey, good afternoon. I've got a scenario whereby someone wants to sell a house. She's owning a house or a stand in Bongshan, and that is traditional areas. She's got this letter to occupy, whatever. Now, she's no longer staying there. She wants to sell that house or place she built there. And there is a tenant there. That tenant wants to buy, but the tenant is not working, but she's dependent on the grants. Now, the tenant hasn't benefited from any RDP whatever. Can she apply for such a, because that house is less than 100?
Unfortunately not. You might recall I mentioned our number one criterion will always be income. There has to be income flowing into the household starting from 3501 up to 22. Okay. If there is no income, 0 to 3500, that's BNG housing. So there is a special program of government where you get a free house if you fall within that category.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't think we have more hands. Let me see. Yeah, we don't have any questions. Thank
you, colleagues.
Thank you so much. We're going to share the presentations. If you have my email address, please email me. We're going to share the presentations. Let me flag the email. So our next speaker is from Virtual Agent. Her name is Edith, and she's going to take us through how the system works, especially if you want to list and you need a report from their system. So let me see this one. Can you see it? Yeah. Okay, you will move it here. They don't have a click on it.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edith. I'm the Regional Sales Coordinator for the Virtual Agent. I'm not sure if you guys have used our system before, because a lot of agents tend to know about us. Okay, so what we do is that we provide data and CRM for estate agents. We were established in 2015 by an estate agent whose goal was to simplify the real estate industry, to make it digitized instead of how old school it was, and also to help you to be able to compete on international standards like the other international agents. So we've partnered with the PPRA to sponsor some of their events, as well as to also upskill Black property practitioners to also get them upskilled and becoming very successful. So what does the virtual agent solve? So what we do is we help you to find stock. We provide you with contact details for your clients. We also help you to improve your lifestyle and to enrich and build your database in compliance with PPRA. So I'm just going to show you a quick video of exactly how our system works.
Hi, I'm Candice, Head of Sales and Marketing at the Virtual Agent. In the past 10 years, the real estate industry has become one of the toughest to succeed in. Understanding your customers, delivering on their wishes, and maintaining great relationships is vital to reaching your sales targets. The virtual agent is a powerful, multifunctional platform that can accelerate your sales from initial contact to close with incredible results. Our Know Your Customer tool and property reports provides the information gold you need to match clients and listings. The comprehensive CRM, campaign manager, and deal tracker tools allow you to reach and stay in contact with the right people at the right time along your sales journey. The TDA dashboard is your digital desk with quick links to the deal tracker, listing syndication, important stats, your calendar appointments, and reminders. Every tool and feature has been developed to increase your sales success and can be accessed at your fingertips. Sign up for a free trial today and join the industry's elite agents.
Okay, so I'll talk briefly through what we offer on our system, starting with our Know Your Customer tool. So with this tool, you're able to go onto the virtual agent and search for a client using their ID number if you have it. If you do not have their ID number, you can search using their address. And you can also search for companies if you have the company registration number to get the director's contact details, as well as trusts. Although we have 40% there with trust data, it's very difficult to get. So once you've accessed the client's profile, you're able to see their details. You can see their contact numbers, mobile, home, work number, and an email address if we have one as well. You can see their employment status. You can see who their employer is, as well as when they were employed. You can also see directorship details. If they are a director of a company, you'll have the enterprise number as well. And you can also capture property requirements for your clients using the platform. And most importantly, we have our unique scorecards, which give you the propensity models to show you whether the client will buy or sell property in the current market. So that is part of the Know Your Customer tool. So it will tell you about their propensity to buy, suburb attractiveness, and their living standard measure as well. Then we also have our property reports. So people tend to call them lightstones. We call them property reports. So we provide you with valuations. So again, you can search for a client using the full title, meaning their address or their ID number. You can search using the IRF, the deed number, or the farm name, if that is the case as well. And again, you will have all the details for the owner, which will include the valuation, municipality valuation and dates. You'll also have an automated valuation feature, which will give you an indication of what that property is worth in the current market from low, medium to high. You also have contact details on our reports, so all our reports provide you with contact details as well. You'll have a transfer history on the property, and you'll also be able to see closest, most recent sales, amenities within that area, and so much more on the reports as well. Then we also have the owners in a street report, so you can literally search using a street name, a complex name, an estate name, or a sectional scheme, and you'll get all the owners within that estate, as well as their contact details. And you can also add them to your CRM to start building your database in a secure way. So that's the property reports that we offer. And just
play a short video about Poppy, because I know you're obviously wondering how we remain compliant with current legislation. So I'll just play this quickly for you. Okay. It's not.
With the Poppy Act on everyone's lips, we know that a business is only as strong as its compliance. It's why we are always in line with current legislation, and our PPRA module is here to guide you in your compliance journey too. It's every agent's secret sales weapon, the virtual agent.
Right, so our system has an inbuilt PPRA module which will prompt you and ask you for consent. So we give you 3 attempts to access a client's record before you have to upload consent. So you could try this week. If you don't reach them, you can try in another month or whenever you feel like reaching that client again. But at your first point of contact, you're supposed to ask that client for consent to send them electronic communication. So that is what you will then upload onto the system to ensure that you're compliant. We have set with the information regulators on the front end that the agents will see, as well as the back end. So we tick every pop here box, and the agents are legally protected by the virtual agent if you compliantly use our system according to our guidelines that we give you. Okay. And then we also have a CRM tool, which is a very powerful tool. This tool helps you to manage your customer relationships. So using our system, you're able to email, SMS, WhatsApp, send group clients into whichever databases you want to build. You've got a campaign management feature, which allows you to date campaigns at the exact date and time that you want them to go out. So even your holiday templates, or even if you are on holiday, your emails will still go out to your clients. The nice thing as well about the CRM is you'll get the stats, so you can see exactly who opened the email and on what date they access the information that you sent to them. It also helps you with the automated birthday messages, so it will send automated birthday messages to all your clients that you add to your CRM. And you also are able to use the template builder to build amazing templates. So you literally just drag and drop. You can do your properties for the week. Congratulations on your new home. It's exactly on par with MailChimp or any of those other companies, and it will allow you to easily communicate and design any templates and share them with your clients directly from the system. We also have a deal tracker feature. So our deal tracker is a newer feature. This allows you to track your deal from close to finish. So from new listing to property viewing, done deal, and etc. So as you go through the sales process, you're able to use the system to track your deal. So it automatically uploads clients into your deal tracker that you've chosen to sell or whatever to do with their properties. The nice thing about Deal Tracker as well, it automatically calculates your commissions. It's also going to include, in phase 2, the deeds office. So the deeds office will be plugged in, bond originators, attorneys, and it also is enhanced with ChatGPT because it also will include a listing portal. So you'll be able to list directly from the virtual agent, from your Deal Tracker to Property 24 and private property. So this is still in the beta testing phase, so they're still testing it out now. But as mentioned, it's enhanced with ChatGPT as well. And any leads you receive from those sites will feed back into your deal tracker, and you'll receive a notification that you've just got a lead from those sites. We are starting with those for now, but we are also going to include IOL and every other syndication as well. Then we also have a FICA and fraud module. So this is also a newer feature. Using the system, you can easily conduct your fraud checks on your clients. It gives you a fraud band from 1 to 5 to show you the risk profile of a client in order to make sure that you are following process and you're not dealing with fraudulent clients. It also has a FICA module, and with FICA, all you have to do is to send a link to a client via email, SMS, or WhatsApp using the system. It will have a digital form which will show your details as the agent. They just have to follow the process, take a picture of a selfie, a proof of address, as well as capture their ID. This then cross-references Home Affairs in a couple of minutes. To provide you with a FICA-ready audit report for your records, and this will also ensure that you are compliant with all the regulations as well. You'll also have all the documents that the client uploaded on the system. So this is audit-ready, as I mentioned, and it's a really exciting new feature that we've launched. Then the nice thing about the virtual agent is it's accessible on any device, so you can use it on your phone, your iPad, or your laptop or on the go. The app is also coming out early next year. So right now it is scalable, so you can use it on your phone or any device, but next year we'll have the app early next year, which will also just make your lives so much easier. And we also offer custom development and API. So we do white labeling, meaning that you will have your company details, your agency details in the front end, and in the back end, it will be powered by the virtual agent feeding into your system. We also offer API integration as well. So if you just want know your customer, for example, to be integrated into your system for contact numbers, we can also do that. We offer, it's very reasonably priced, and we're happy to discuss anything you'd like to as well. So how would you like to get 26 new listings in 10 days? This is a testimonial from Elsa and Magda at Real One. That's literally what happened when they started using our system. And the nice thing as well is we've got support and training, dedicated support team. It's all free. It's free training, free support, and you're welcome to reach out. Our pricing starts from as little as 99 Rand per user per month. So we have different options from prepaid, which is pay as you go, starting from also 275, and contract packages, which also you can do on a monthly basis if you prefer. But that's it on the virtual agent. Are there any questions?
No, I just want to ask two questions, Madam.
Mm-hmm.
You spoke about first, when you started, you helped us get the stock. It's just elaborate on how we get the stock when we use the virtual agent.
Okay.
I heard you talking about valuation.
The what, sorry?
You're talking about valuation.
Yes. Yes.
You said you offer, well, you mentioned the municipal valuation, which is in all property reports, which we know that was done by the valuers. And you also said you offer, I want to understand that the valuation part you're offering, on the valuation part, what do you do? What valuation are you keeping?
Okay, so we give you an indication of what that property is worth on the current market, besides the municipality valuation, from low, medium to high. So it's based on an algorithm that we've designed in our system. So it takes into account the number of sales that were done in an area over a certain period of time, and much more to give you an indication of what that property is worth.
And my personal favorite, I have a sister who has a friend who lives 3 doors down and they can do the plans for cheaper. Can I just pay you to sign them off? So today I'd like to explain to you what we as architects do and why we have a certain fee structure, just to give you a basic understanding of how our industry actually works. So what exactly does an architect do? Firstly, architects have a profound understanding of spatial principles and the environment, and any legal requirements that may govern the design and construction of buildings. So an architect's responsibility in the built environment is multifaceted and complex, and our duties and responsibilities include the following: design, construction management, managing budgets and structures, schedules and budgets, and resources allocation and management. So what that means is we are responsible for designing buildings and structures that are safe, functional, and aesthetically pleasing. Architects are responsible for overseeing the construction process to ensure that the building is being built in accordance with our specifications, to ensure that a project stays on budget and is finished on time. Resources allocation and management includes managing resources available to us, such as materials and labor. So the profession is regulated by the South African Architectural Council, the South African Council for the Architectural Profession. And SACAP has 4 different categories. Let me just skip that. That's the wrong slide. Okay. So SACAP has 4 different categories of registration depending on the level of training and the complexity of what we are allowed to design and work on. So the first category is a professional architectural draftsperson. So this is an NQF level 5 category. So that category will go up as the complexity of the buildings go up. So the next one is a professional architectural technologist. Then we have a professional senior architectural technologist. And lastly, we have a professional architect. Now that is on an NQF level 9. So what that does, or what that says, is that a professional architect is actually qualified to do a lot of complex designs where an architectural draftsperson cannot do those complex designs. So how do you know who to contact? Knowing who to contact can mean the difference between a successful and profitable project and one that is riddled with delays and ends up costing time and money. So contacting a professional architect should be something you do for things like commercial applications, and that is really essential for any building that's more complex than a normal house or residential application. So let me just see if I can. So there's a page. I don't know if you can see properly. It's very blurry. But let me explain to you what that means. This is a page taken from a document on the SACAP website, which is www.sacapsa.com. It's readily available. This document actually shows you for each and every application what architectural professional you are supposed to contact for that. That means that if you want to do an addition to your house, then you are allowed to contact an architectural draftsperson. If you want to build a 2-story home on a complex site, you cannot use an architectural draftsperson. The only people that are allowed to do those kinds of designs will be professional senior architectural technologist or a professional architect. So that just explains to you that any process relating to the construction actually has a scale of complexity, and according to that, you should be contacting the correct person. So that means that if you are extending a home, for instance, building a new garage, you are more than welcome to contact a professional draftsperson. But if you want to do anything more complex than that, then the scale goes up accordingly. So to become a professional architect, individuals must complete a rigorous education and training program. This includes a minimum of a bachelor's degree in architecture, followed by at least 24 months of practical experience as an intern architect. After completing the practical experience, individuals must pass a professional practice examination before they can be registered with SACAP. So each registered professional is responsible for ensuring that the buildings and structures we inhabit are built in accordance with the national building regulations and any local town planning schemes and bylaws that may apply. We are charged with applying the South African national standards. Let me just see if I can go back here. Sorry. I've now put in the slide in the wrong position, so let me just quickly. There we go. So we are also charged with applying the South African national standards. So in particular, that would be SANS 10400, Part A to X. These regulations are very basic, the very basics that we need to apply, and that list actually continues for 212 pages apart from this. That is a total of 2,929 acts that we are responsible for applying within the built environment.
That's just to give you an idea of the complexity and the responsibility that lies on an architect's head. So asking us to sign off on someone else's work is actually not beneficial to us, and most architects won't be prepared to do that. So in this just illustrates the magnitude of the overall responsibility that we have. So that I can skip. So what do architects and property practitioners have in common? The simple answer is the client, the end user, and in most big projects that would be the developer. The difference is that while architects focus on the design and construction of the buildings, property practitioners will focus on selling, leasing, and managing properties. The strong communication skills and negotiation skills are essential for success in both fields. Although architects' duties and responsibilities differ greatly from that of property practitioners, we are still just two parts in the very same industry. So I had a talk a while back in Soweto at a PPRA shareholders event, and one of the things that I've noticed was when engaging with the delegates was that most property practitioners have heard the basic terms that we use, but they do not always fully understand what it means. So this time I'm going to rather go back to basics by explaining some of the basic concepts in a little more detail. So firstly, building plan submission procedures. And later on I'll explain to you exactly how this will impact you as a property practitioner. Occupation certificates, certificate of compliance or COC, the national building regulations and zoning procedures. So let's start with the building plan approvals. What are some of the key requirements and what is the process that needs to be followed? It's important to note that each municipality is different in terms of the procedures and timeframes and requirements. So some municipalities have converted to an online process, which we found is actually a little bit more tedious. But all of the municipalities' basic requirements are the same. So firstly, for some reason my slides are all, I'm sorry. So firstly, to be able to submit a building plan, you need to be a registered architectural professional. The municipality verifies that registration as part of their approval process. So that means that with plan submission, I need to prove to the municipality that my registration is valid by submitting a copy of my registration certificate. The same applies to an engineer. It's highly recommended that before you appoint an architectural professional, you ask them about their registration status. You can also go to www.sacupsa.com to verify the standing of that architectural professional for yourself. Plans get submitted and will be added to the database. The plans are then scrutinized by a plan examiner. The plan examiner will indicate which department needs to sign off the file based on the complexity of the building. This step can take anywhere between 2 weeks and a month. Thereafter, the file can be signed out at the municipality and circulated to the different departments. This includes, for example, the fire department, water and sanitation, roads and stormwater, and so forth. Each of these departments will give their own recommendation and requirements that needs to be met. This can take anywhere from 2 months to 6 months. When all of these departments have signed off on the file, you can take it back to the plan examiner. He or she will then check if all the requirements have been met before recommending the file for approval. The file then goes to the head of the department where it's checked again, and then only are the plans stamped for approval. So this can take anywhere between a week and a month. So the best case scenario when submitting building plans, you're looking at 3 to 4 months for a file to be approved. However, there can be major delays, and we've got files lying there since 2009. So it's therefore essential that you use a reputable architectural professional when applying for any building plan approvals, as that would definitely speed up the process. This certificate ensures that all electric work on the property conforms to the regulations and standards. An electric COC is only valid for 2 years. And it also expires if any changes are made to the electric installation. So this does not apply to when you change a light bulb, for instance, but it does apply when you change the entire light fitting or you fix the light fitting. So the electric fence certificate is also something issued by a registered electric contractor. If there's an electric fence installed, it requires a separate COC from the rest of the electrical installation. The certificate usually do not expire unless you change the installation significantly. So the next one is a water installation certificate.
Be issued by an authorized person registered with a liquefied petroleum gas safety association. So the COC ensures that all gas installations are safe and in order. And this includes gas-powered stoves, fireplaces, gas braais, and hot water systems. A beetle-free certificate confirms that there are no beetles eating into the wooden structures, and this is especially relevant in the Cape provinces. A glazing certificate, your glazing installer will supply you with a certificate that states that application actually complies with Science 10400 Part N, which is the glazing requirements. And the last one is the fire certificate. So this is required for all public buildings, as well as buildings using flammable materials like wood and thatch. Now I can go back to my previous one. So occupation certificates are compulsory for any building in South Africa that is in use. An occupation certificate is a document issued by the local municipality that certifies that a building has been completed and is suitable for occupation. To get an occupation certificate, a building inspector must examine the building and confirm that it complies with the building regulations and standards. The certificate is important for legal and insurance purposes, and it confirms that the building is deemed safe and habitable. Once the building has been certified, the certificate will be issued to the owner of the property. It is not a requirement of the law that a seller must produce an occupation certificate. It's usually a condition of the bank where your bond registration will take place. But it is still an offence that if you make any changes or alterations to an existing building, that if you don't get a new certificate issued. A new inspection may be required to ensure that the building still complies with all of the regulations. So in order to get an occupation certificate from the council, you will need some or all of the building documents depending on the specific addition or alteration that you've done. And in new buildings you will need all of these documents. So this is just to give you an idea of the complexity of the process, and that it all takes a long time. So the first is approved building plans. We've gone through the process of getting those plan approvals in place, and that takes 3 to 4 months on a minimum. This will include any documentation from town planning regarding rezoning, building line relaxations, consent use, etc. And it might even include a site development plan. A completion certificate is a document issued by a registered structural or civil engineer that confirms that foundations, concrete slabs, staircases, roofs, freestanding walls over 2.1 meters, swimming pools, etc. are built in accordance with the specifications and regulations.
A roof truss certificate is issued by your truss supplier or your engineer alternatively. This is a document from the Institute of Plumbing South Africa, and it's issued by a registered plumber and is required for all plumbing, drainage and sewage work. The glazing certificate I've said before is from the glazing supplier, your electric COC by a registered electrician, your fire certificate for all public buildings. So these are the certificates that you will need before you can get an occupation certificate, and that goes with the following inspections that needs to be done on the construction process to avoid any delays or additional engineering fees. The building inspector needs to conduct the following inspections. A trench or foundation inspection. This will be prior to pouring the concrete. Walls, structural inspection. There are a minimum of 3 inspections at floor level, lintel height, and when the roof is completed. And then a drain inspection, which is always before the connection to the municipal sewer system and prior to infilling. Concrete slab inspection will be before the concrete is poured. And then a roof inspection is after the roof is completed. This is to give you some insight into all of the requirements before you can get an occupation certificate. So anyone that decides to get a builder and build an addition to their home that doesn't go through this process will get a lot of issues afterwards when they try and get an occupation certificate. So following the procedures is actually very beneficial to any homeowner. The next thing I want to talk about is the national building regulations. I've mentioned it before, but I'd like to define a little bit more what it is and what it's there for. So the national building regulations are legal frameworks that govern the development and construction of buildings in South Africa. These regulations are designed to ensure that buildings are safe, functional, and ecologically friendly. The building regulations set out minimum standards for the design, construction, and occupancy of buildings. They cover a wide range of issues, including structural safety, fire safety, accessibility, and energy efficiency. These standards apply to all buildings, both public and private, and are enforced by the local authorities. So architects and professionals in the construction industry are charged with applying these building regulations to any design or submission that we do. So the key regulations that might impact the buildings are structural safety, which means that the building must be designed and constructed to withstand the forces that they are likely to encounter in their intended use. This includes requirements relating to foundations, walls, roofs, and other structural components. Fire safety. Buildings must be designed and constructed to minimize the risk of fire and to ensure that occupants can escape safely in the event of a fire.